Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you for joining us on Iowa versus Mullis. Todd Mullis. Check my audio. Seems like I'm doing well there. How's everybody doing today? Audio is good. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. Curviel, good to see you. Therapist, you know. Thank you. Audio is good. Mandy, good to see you. Gordon, Pammy, Dreama Landry, Only Fan. Thank you guys for joining us today. Jenny is with us. Oh, I think I have a thing on over here. Let me turn this off. Hold on just a sec. Okay. Don't want any echo or anything like that to get in the way. All right, so we're going to pick back up on Todd Mullis. Now, I got an interesting experiment with this one. Aaron and I were kicking this idea around along with therapist you know last night. And if you remember from yesterday, it was discovered that the witnesses were out of order. Not out of order, but literally out of order. So it kind of dawned on me that what Nick Starro did with Mauricio Guerrero, he took the verdict and he went backwards. So yes, we were out of order yesterday with the witnesses because special agent talked about medical examiner. And I'm like, oh, I didn't have that. So Aaron went to another channel that we use often, which is Rottweiler Investigates. And she found that testimony that I wasn't able to find on another channel. So, and then we were kind of kicking around the idea of like, well, this trial is not, this is one of the problems that you have with rewatches, right? You don't always get the trial in sequential order. And sometimes testimony is cut for whatever reason, like Timothy Harrington. Remember, there was a juror was shown on whatever day 3 or 4, and it was not shown. So we were able to find it, and we aired it, we streamed it, and that's like now if somebody's going back to try and watch it on another channel, they're going to be like, hey, what happened to that day? So that's kind of the same issue that we're having with this other channel, meaning clearly they did not have the rest of day 1. We saw a little bit of day 1, and then I think day 2, they didn't have it. Just went from day 1 to day 3. So Aaron was able to find on Rottweiler the rest of day 1 and then day 2. So now we're just going to kind of piece it all together like a puzzle, right? We're all detectives. We're all going to kind of look at this in that view, or at least that's the way I'm going to view it. There may be some testimony that's not in sequential order. So if you hear something about somebody in a testimony referencing back to something we haven't watched yet, just hang in there because hopefully we have all the testimony. It's not guaranteed because again, that's the challenge of these rewatches is that you don't always get full testimony. So if you hear something that sounds like, hey, wait a minute, like they're referencing back to a testimony that we haven't watched yet, hang in there. We may end up showing it if we have it, and if we don't, that's just the way it is with a rewatch. So we're going to try and just put this all together as a puzzle. And I'm no longer going to go day 1, day 2, day 3. I'm no longer going to say state witness 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just say state witness, and we're just going to have to put it together. So hey, Corey, good to see you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, thank you for joining us. So let's pick up on. I'm not even going to say what day it is. I kind of know what day it is, but it's just going to be still state witnesses, and we're going to put this together like a puzzle. So I hope you guys are into that because that's where we are with this. All right, so let me go here. And I'm going to put myself over here. And we're going to put this over here. All right. Okay. So let's pick up on the state witness. Not sure. Pretty sure this is still day 1, but this is the 911 call, I believe. So let's watch it together.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to proceed by way of playing the video. I believe that there is a stipulation from the defense and the state as to the foundation of these 911 videos.
Okay. You want to identify, is it marked with an exhibit number?
Your Honor, it is People's Exhibit Number 2, or State's Exhibit Number 2.
Okay.
And they're in 2 segments, but it's one full call.
Mr. Firehelm, any objection to State's Exhibit 2 coming into evidence?
No, we previously discussed it. That's fine.
Okay. 2 is admitted into evidence, and you intend to publish at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Delaware County 911, what's the address of your emergency room?
Oh, this is Todd. Hello? Where are you at? I'm on the road. I'm out of breath. Okay. What's going on, sir? My wife, what the hell? She got a full pork sitting in the barn. Okay. She's not responsive. I'm just me and my son bringing it. Okay, so your wife is in a barn. You said she's unresponsive? No, she's in a bull-ducking, what you call corn fork. I don't know if she tripped. I don't know. She was halfway out the door. I sent my son over to check on her. Okay. She's yelling at me and I'm on the ride. Okay. She looks gone. Okay. We'll get an ambulance for in just a second. I'm headed there. I'm about to Oneida. Okay, so you're headed to where? Okay, what's the hospital? I just grabbed her and threw her in the truck. So my son pulled me. Okay, you're headed to the hospital and she's in your vehicle? Yes, my white truck. Okay, just a second here. Is she there's no pulse. There's no pulse. Can you just get on this one for me? Just a second. I'm going to have another dispatcher get on. I'm going to ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay. How about you pull over? Sir, what's your current location, and we'll get an ambulance headed your way. Oneida. Another dispatcher, get on. I'm going to ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay. How about you pull over? Sir, what's your current location, and we'll get an ambulance headed your way. Oneida. Brian Coleman's new house. I can be right in Oneida, right? East of Oneida. Oneida. Okay. Did I do anything? There's nothing. Okay. What is your name, sir? Todd Mullis. And what are you driving? White Chevy. A white Chevy. I can be closer. A white Chevy truck? Listen to you. No, I don't feel anything. Goddamn, she's around. Cover her up a little bit. She's got her fucking pants off. I gotta get her out of the shit. Do you feel anything? 25 Manchester. 35. Do you see anything? Feel anything? 28.5 Manchester. We got a kid. Somebody stuck his wife in the vehicle unresponsive. They're coming to Oneida. I asked him to stop there. We've got the ambulance paged out. Can you head that way? Can I get a little closer? He said Oneida. Can I go a little closer? I've got an officer almost to where you're at. Okay. Okay. I'll turn it off so they can get her. Go ahead. You can pull right in here. What? I'm just east of Oneida. Okay. All right. You feel anything? Amy. You're needed code 3. Amy. 1203. Okay, so what happened that she's not conscious or breathing? She fell on a fork. I pulled out the fork. she was halfway out of the barn. Like she was calling to get out, and then Trysten yelled, and I ran over there, and she was laying there.
And pulled it out of her.
I couldn't get her out of the barn. The doors were narrow, and she's not responding.
With the force of a tractor at this moment, when she's unresponsive. We haven't pulled over alongside the road. We have.
Was this like a pitchfork?
One of them old corn forks.
Right. That's like a silent fork?
Yeah, well, it's kind of got a curve on it. I don't know how that freaking happened. I'm sorry about my cursing.
Okay. So is she bleeding?
I can't tell. I just, when I seen it, she was face down.
Just pulled the pitchfork out of her.
How old
I
is
couldn't
she?
get out of the door.
How old is she?
What is she, 38?
Okay.
She's 38 or 39.
Okay.
She is not responding.
Okay.
Come on.
Sir, do you feel comfortable doing CPR?
I can try. I'll try anything.
Okay.
I'll try anything. I guess she's laying on my son's lap.
Is she flat on the? Are you able to get her flat across maybe the seat?
Well, I can throw in the back of the truck. But she's laying on my son's lap.
Okay.
Oh my God. When I pushed on her, she got like foam in her mouth.
She's foaming from the mouth. I don't know how to get her laid flat. You know what I mean? She's laying across her son's lap.
Oh, she's got a little blood, around her back.
Is he able to get on? Maybe he can get on the floor of the truck, and you can lay her across the seat, so we can get her flat.
Go, Trysten, get out, and we'll lay her on and we'll get her on the seat. Okay. Oh shit. Get out. Get out. We'll lean the seat back a little bit. Okay, she's very flat. I'm telling you, I gotta trying to hold on to the phone.
Right. Can you put it on? Can you put the phone on?
What do I do?
Okay.
Lay her flat as I can.
As flat as you can. Heel of your hand on her breastbone in the center of her chest, right between her knees.
Okay.
Place your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and we're going to do this until they get there and can assist. Okay.
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 Twice per second. Right? Yep. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just my son is right here. It's private.
Now.
He's coming.
New house building just
The deputies are almost there. Okay. Keep doing the compressions until they can help and take over, okay? Keep going, you're doing fine.
Okay.
Keep going.
Come on, respond. She's cold. Come on. Come on. Good. Come on. Oh, shit. One of them goes.
Is the officer there with you, sir?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
It's, what is his name, Luke?
That's fine. Do you want me to to, do you want me to stay on the line with you, or are you okay?
No, I can't talk on the phone.
Okay, all right.
My son's right here. I gotta.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, is the state ready with a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Statement call, Luke Thompson.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Deputy Luke Thompson, L-U-K-E-T-H-O-M-S-E-N.
Go ahead, counsel.
Luke, what is your occupation?
Deputy Sheriff with the Delaware County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a sheriff's deputy with Delaware County?
Just over 15 years.
Prior to Delaware County, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yeah, I worked for Dyersville, Iowa for about 3.5 years.
Are you certified in law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you go to the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yes.
What are your present duties with the Delaware County Sheriff's Department?
I'm a regular road deputy.
Were you on duty as a regular road deputy for the Delaware County Sheriff's Department on November 10th of 2018?
Yes.
You know what shift you were working that day?
8 in the morning till 6 p.m.
Was there anyone else riding with you that day?
No.
At some point during your shift, did you receive a dispatch concerning the events we are here for today?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that was?
12:05.
Do you recall what the nature of the dispatch was?
It came across to me as some type of farming accident, is what I thought.
Did you respond to it?
Yes.
And to where did you respond?
To 2337 170th Street.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
When you first arrived at that scene, what did you see?
I saw a young man, looked like he had blood on his coat, flagging me down as I pulled up.
Right. Were there other people there?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Todd Mullis was there. And then there was a female in the passenger seat of the pickup that was unresponsive.
And so what did you do?
I got out and I told Todd, I think who was still on the phone, can you help me get her out of the car where we can work on her on the ground a little bit better? So I grabbed her upper half and he grabbed her lower half and we put her on the ground and I started doing chest compressions.
And how long before others arrived to assist?
2 or 3 minutes maybe.
While all of this was going on, did you have any opportunity to speak with the defendant?
Yes.
What information were you trying to get from him?
I was asking him questions about what had happened.
And what did he tell you?
He told me he was not sure. He found her in the shed away from where he was at. And that he had that she had a corn rake in her back.
How would you describe Amy's condition while you were there at that scene?
She was unresponsive and not breathing, no pulse. She had some bruising on her jaw, another bruise on her right arm, I believe, and then she had quite a bit of blood on her clothes.
Was she able to communicate at all?
No.
Was she responsive at all?
No.
Were you able to observe what the defendant and his son Trysten were doing while Amy was being worked on?
Not a whole lot. No, I was concerned with her more than anything at the time.
Okay. Once others came, were you relieved of chest compressions?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations regarding the demeanor of the defendant and his son?
His son, or Trysten, appeared to be fairly quiet, standing there kind of in shock from what I remember. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to him, other than I think we worked at trying to get him away from what was going on. I don't know how successful we were, but then I started talking to Todd, and he was pretty excited and pretty talkative. Not a whole lot of emotion, but
after Amy left in the ambulance, did the defendant go with her? Did he drive himself? Do you recall? Did he go with somebody?
he rode with a friend of the family, I believe.
And what happened to Trysten when the defendant left with somebody else?
Trysten was still there at the scene.
Did he just stay there, or did you
No.
see him? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, he eventually left, and we followed him over to the farm where the incident took place.
Do you know who he left with?
It was a friend of the family. I believe it was Mike Krogman, if I'm not mistaken.
You indicated that you followed them back to the farm?
Yes.
What was the purpose of you following them back to the Mullis farm?
I wanted to be able to get an idea of what happened so I could relay the information to the hospital.
Did anybody go with you or follow you?
Deputy Hollop.
Did you and Trysten and Deputy Hollop all arrive at approximately the same time on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got there?
We asked Trysten where it happened, and he showed us a red shed that was, the sliding door was open a couple feet, and he showed us where he found his mom laying in it.
And once Trysten showed you this red shed and the basic layout and where he found his mother, what did you and Deputy Hollop do?
We took pictures. Deputy Hollop took pictures, and we just observed what was inside of the shed.
Was Trysten with you the whole time you were doing this?
No.
Where was he?
Shortly after he showed us and gave us an explanation of what he had found, he went into the house.
What did you do next?
I left shortly after that, got in my car, started heading towards the hospital. I called the ER, gave them the information that I had found out, how I believe she had gotten the injuries that she has. And after I talked with them, I called my boss, Sheriff John LeClaire. I advised him of what I was dealing with, and then I proceeded to go into the hospital.
And why did you go to the hospital versus the sheriff's department?
Because I knew that's where they'd taken Amy, and if they needed anything from me in there, I'd be available.
And what did you do when you got to the sheriff's department?
To the hospital?
I'm sorry, the hospital.
I basically stood out of the operating room where they had Amy until they had pronounced her deceased. And
was the defendant there at the hospital as well?
yes.
Were you able to speak with him a little bit about what had happened at the farm there at the hospital?
Yes.
What did he tell you there at the hospital?
I asked him who was at the farm that day, and what they were doing before they had found Amy.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He told me that she had some kind of procedure a few days before that. They were all out in the hog building, working on cleaning up some things and taking care of this and that. And he thought that she didn't seem to be doing real well at whatever they were doing. I don't know if he thought she was tired or something to that effect. And he said, he asked her if she could go get a pet carrier out of the shed and bring it back so they could put some kittens in it so they didn't get ran over by a skid loader. And so he sent her off to the shed, and she never came back. He said approximately 20 to 40 minutes later, he walked out of the hog barn, noticed that the pet carrier wasn't there, so he sent Trysten looking for her or the pet carrier, and that was when Trysten went over to the shed, walked in, and found his mother laying there, hunched over with her arms underneath and a fork in her back.
All right. Was Trysten at the hospital as well?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant if you could talk to Trysten?
Yes.
Did he allow it?
Yes.
Did he want to talk to Trysten alone first?
Yes.
About how long did he speak with Trysten before he allowed him to talk to you?
I would say a couple minutes.
And do you recall what you spoke to Trysten about?
I spoke to him about this, almost the same type of thing that I spoke to Todd about.
Other than the things we just talked about, was there anything else that you did involving this case?
Shortly after that, I did take Todd over to the sheriff's office with me, and Sheriff John LeClaire and I interviewed him about the incident and what had gone on.
At any time while you were talking to him, did he ever suggest to you that foul play was involved that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Deputy Thompson, you indicated you got the call about 12:05.
Yes.
Do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
It was fairly cold.
Any precipitation?
I think there was maybe a light dusting of snow. I would say in the shaded areas, but it wasn't everywhere.
Okay. When you arrived and met on the roadway there where Todd and Trysten were with Amy, when you helped Todd remove her from the pickup, what clothing did she have on?
I think she had a hooded jacket on and tan-colored pants, if I remember correctly.
From what you could visually see on her, about her, could you tell if she had a gunshot wound, a knife wound, or more than one wound?
I noticed a couple of what looked like small holes in her back where most of the blood was, but I did not know what it was from.
Were the holes in the clothing?
I don't know.
Well, I guess what I'm asking you is, was her clothing removed so that you could see actually the body itself?
I think that her shirt and her jacket had came up far enough that was how it was hanging, it was pulled up fairly high on her, and that's how I could see the wounds. Her clothing was not completely off, no.
Okay. Out there in the field before she was put in the ambulance, was her clothing removed by emergency personnel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Deputy Thompson, just a few minutes ago, we listened to the 911 call that Todd made just before you came into contact with him. Have you ever listened to that?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe Todd's emotional state during that period?
Excited.
Okay. And that's what he continued to be as you had your exchanges with him there at the scene?
Yes.
But you characterize that as not a lot of emotion.
Correct.
And how would you describe not a lot of emotion? I mean, what is that?
I guess he wasn't crying or anything like that.
In your 15 plus years of law enforcement, have you seen people react differently to horrific situations?
Yes.
They're not all the same.
Correct.
And when you got back to the farm, Trysten went back there with who you think was a family friend, Mike Krogman. About how long would you estimate Trysten was down there around this shed showing you and Holub what he had seen or found?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How would you describe his emotional state when he was doing that with you?
I would say he was fairly quiet and seemed scared to me.
But once he got you two situated and looking around, then he went in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any more contact with him until you again talked to him at the hospital?
No.
So the explanation that Todd gave you when you went back to the hospital and talked to him, you asked him what they were doing. He said they were in the barn doing some things. She had some issues, went to get a pet carrier for these kittens, and after some passage of time, Trysten went to look for her. Is that basically it?
It's close, yes.
Okay. Was that pet carrier in that shed?
Yes.
Can you describe about where it was at?
If you walked into the sliding door of the shed that was open approximately 2 foot or so, you would see there were a whole bunch of big chemical containers in front of you. So you would have to take a left, and you would walk along. You'd have the sliding door on your left and these chemical containers on your right. And then the pet carrier was down another aisle to your right, about halfway. It was about eye level up, on top of looked like a metal, almost like a metal crate, like a live cage for an animal or something. It was setting on top of it.
Do you have any idea whether or not that pet carrier had been moved recently?
I do not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Deputy.
Mr. Bernard, anything else for him?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Just briefly, Your Honor. When you were speaking with the defendant during your interviews, did he keep reiterating how dizzy or lightheaded Amy was?
I think he mentioned it a couple times.
And defendant's counsel mentioned on cross-examination the 911 tape we just listened to. In that tape, dispatch was told by the defendant, and very excitedly, that Amy fell on a corn fork. So when you were at the farm, would you have been looking for anyone else around the farm, or any footprints or any evidence of anybody other than Mullis family members?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Another witness for the state?
State would call Eric Holub.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Eric Holub, first name E-R-I-C, Holub, H-O-L-U-B.
Go ahead, counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Holub, you're clearly a deputy. Who do you work for?
I work for the Delaware County Sheriff's Office.
Would you briefly describe your education, training, background, and experience in law enforcement?
I got hired with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office April of 2004. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy at Hawkeye in the fall of 2004. And I also have a criminal justice degree from Mount Mercy.
What are your present duties with Delaware County?
I am a firearms instructor and I work patrol.
Do you recall whether or not you were on duty last year on November 10th?
Yes, I was.
Was anyone else with you that day?
I had a reserve deputy riding with me.
And who was that?
Mark Banghart.
Any particular reason you had a reserve with you?
Our reserves try to get out at least once a month.
And do you recall what shift you were working?
I was working 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
At some point during your shift, did you receive the same dispatch that Luke Thompson received?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond?
Yes.
To where did you respond?
It was 170th Street, just east of Oneida.
Do you recall approximately how long it took for you to get there?
It was approximately 6 minutes.
And what did you see when you arrived?
I saw Deputy Thompson performing CPR on Amy Mullis. And Trysten, Amy's son, and Todd were standing next to Deputy Thompson.
What did you do to assist?
Mark went over, or Deputy Banghart, our reserve deputy, went over and assisted Luke with CPR, and I went over and talked with Todd Mullis.
And at some point, did some additional assistance arrive, EMTs, ambulance?
Yes, we had Greeley First Responders and Manchester Regional Medical Center ambulance showed up on scene.
And approximately how long before they arrived, after you arrived?
The ambulance crews?
Yes.
It wasn't too long after. Greeley showed up fairly soon after I showed up.
And what was your personal observation of Amy Mullis's condition when you were there at the scene?
It did not look good. Her skin was pale.
Was she responsive?
Unresponsive.
Were you able to observe the defendant or his son while she was being worked on?
Yes, I did.
And what was their demeanor or emotional state?
I mostly talked with Todd at the scene. He was having a hard time staying focused, excited, and he wanted to call somebody so that they could go to his residence because he had 2 younger kids that were there at the time, unattended.
Was that his primary focus, the children at the residence, as opposed to his wife there on the ground?
Yes, at that time. He wanted to call somebody.
And what happened to Mr. Mullis when the ambulance left? Did he go with the ambulance?
No.
Do you know where he went?
I believe a family friend gave him a ride to the regional medical center.
And Trysten, do you know where he went?
He hopped in with a family friend and went back to their family farm.
And where did you go?
Deputy Thompson and I both followed that vehicle back to the Mullis residence.
And what was the purpose of you following it back?
To determine what had happened to Amy Mullis.
And did you all arrive at about the same time?
Yes.
Right. And what did you do when you got there?
We followed Trysten into a red shed. It's located just southeast of their residence there.
And what were you wanting Trysten to show you there?
We wanted him to show us where he found his mother.
How long was he with you? Was he with you the whole time you were at the shed, or was he with you a short time?
He was there with us for a short time.
And after he left, what did you do?
We took photographs of what we found inside the shed.
And when Trysten left, do you know where he went?
He went back into their residence.
Did you speak with him again later?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak with him about?
If he knew what happened to his mom.
What did he tell you?
Trysten stated that his mother was going out to get a dog carrier from the shed, and it had been a while. So he said that his father, Todd, asked him to go out to the shed to see what was taking so long.
And that's where he found his mother?
Yes.
Was that pretty much all you talked about when you were talking to Trysten in the home?
Yes.
Right. You indicated you took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 3 through 22. I would ask you to take a look at those, please. Do you recognize States Exhibits 3 through 22?
Yes.
What are States Exhibits 3 through 22?
These are the photographs I took at the scene.
And who took those? Sorry, you took those photographs?
Yes.
And are those photographs a true and accurate representation of the places and items depicted in each of the photographs at the time the photos were taken back on November 10th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibits 3 through 22 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 3 through 22 are all admitted.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish and ask additional questions about each photo.
Yes, go ahead.
Deputy, if you would, I guess, watch the screen as opposed to the photos in front of you. We will cycle through 3 through 22, and I would just ask for each one, kind of tell us what is depicted there. And so we'll start with number 3. You took that photo. What is it?
That's the entrance to the shed. That would be the east side.
When you say the shed that Amy Mullis was found in by Trysten.
Correct.
There appears to be a little bit of snow on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
What time of year was it?
November 10th.
All right. Next picture, please. Exhibit number 4 is of what?
That's the corn rake that we found inside the shed.
Apparently not the full corn rake, but the tines. Any particular reason you just took a photo of the tines?
I took a picture of this when I was back at the booking room because the lighting was better, and you could clearly see how far in Amy the prongs went.
Next photo, please. Exhibit 5. Where was this taken, and what does it show?
That was taken inside the shed. It shows the exact location where we found the corn rake at.
And there's something that looks almost like a ruler next to it.
Yes.
Who put that there?
I did.
And what's that for?
It's for size comparison.
The corn rake also appears to have a broken handle. Was it like that when you found it?
Yes.
Right. Anything else in that photograph that was of interest?
Just that the corn rake was there meeting at the intersection of the narrow aisle walkway and the center aisle.
Exhibit 6 shows what?
Be 2 drops of blood on the concrete.
All right. Those look like they might be difficult to see. you able to indicate on that ruler or ruling device approximately where they are on there?
It looks like the 4. Do you mind if I look here? It's kind of hard to see on the...
Go ahead.
Yeah, on here it's the 1 and the 4.
All right, and the towel, was there any significance with the towel?
No, not with that one.
It just happened to be there.
It just happened to be on the ground, yes.
All right, next photo, please. That looks to be similar. Is it the same picture, just taken twice, or is there something significant about this one?
Same, I might have just gone a little bit closer, I guess.
Okay. Next, please. Exhibit 8.
That was another towel that we found on the ground.
It was just the towel, or is there anything else?
There, by number 9 there is a drop of blood there.
All right. Next. Exhibit number 9 appears to be another photo of the corn rake. Why did you take this one?
Just for a different angle than the previous.
When you were talking about where these passages meet, can you describe that a little bit based on that photograph?
There's some chemical totes that have metal framework that give them some structure, and they were stacked up upon one another. Kind of formed a wall when you first walked into the shed. And what you're looking at there where I was standing taking this photograph, it's a narrow aisle because the totes were right next to me to the right. And then that led down to a center aisle in the shed.
Next photo, please. Number 10.
A close-up picture of the corn rake.
Number 11, please.
It's just another picture, a little bit different angle.
Next. Same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Next. What's the purpose of Exhibit 13? What are you trying to show there?
The distance between each prong. There's 4 of them on the corn rake.
Is it easier to see in the physical photograph that will go back with the jury, the prongs there?
Yes, this is fairly dark.
Same thing?
Yes, just another picture of the same.
What is that?
That is the dog carrier that Trysten he had discussed inside the home.
And how do you know that is the dog carrier?
It was the only one that I noticed in the shed.
Did Trysten point it out to you, or is it just the only one you noticed?
It was the only one I noticed.
Okay. Photo, please. What is Exhibit 16 showing?
Just a side angle of the same dog carrier.
Did you pull that out, or was it already out?
It was exactly as it is.
On each side of it, there appears to be something yellow. What is that?
I'm not a farmer. I think it's a farm implement item.
And below, there appear to be maybe augers of some kind?
Yes.
Were those there when you took the picture?
Yes.
How much space is there between the auger on the left and whatever is out of the frame to the left?
There's not really that much more room to the left. That's where, again, there's kind of a wall of these chemical totes.
On each side?
To the left, yes.
So behind this pet carrier, are there any tools hanging?
Not that I noticed.
Exhibit 17, what's being shown there?
This is located on the driveway of the residence that we first pulled up to, and that would be blood from Amy Mullis, where CPR was performed.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. What's this one show?
That's the exact same thing, except I put that ruler there for scale.
All right, next photo, please. Number 19.
This is another picture of the entrance into the shed.
So how much of an opening do you have right there, Deputy?
It's not very wide. I think the door was stuck. We tried to push on it, but it seemed like that's where it wanted to remain.
Okay. Number 20, please. Just another angle of the pet carrier?
Yes.
21. What's this show?
This shows as soon as you walk in through the entryway to the shed, this is that narrow aisle I was discussing earlier.
And the towels that were previously depicted in other photographs?
Yes, as well as you can see the corn rake there at the end.
All right, and number 22.
It's another picture of the same towel with the 2 drops of blood on the concrete.
Right. Is that all the photographs you took at the Mullis residence?
No. Well, yes, that is.
So, after you took the photographs, did you collect anything?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I collected the corn rake, the towel that had the drop of blood on it, and also the trousers that were worn by Trysten.
Where did you go after the farm?
I drove immediately from there to the regional medical center.
And why did you go to the regional medical center?
To check on the condition of Amy Mullis.
And when you arrived at the hospital, were there some concerns about how the injuries to Amy Mullis occurred?
Yes.
And where did this concern about how the injuries occurred come from?
Dr. Thompson was concerned that there was too many holes on her back.
Who is Dr. Thompson?
He works as a doctor for the regional medical center in their ER.
Did he ask you for anything?
Yes, he wanted me to take a picture of the corn rake to see how wide it was.
And what did you tell him?
I took a picture of it and showed it to him. And then Dr. Thompson wanted to see it in person.
And did you have it with you?
Yes.
And did you produce it?
Yes, I did.
What was done with it?
I drove my squad car into their ambulance Sallyport, and I took it out of my squad car, and Dr. Thompson reviewed it there.
And after you were finished with it at the hospital, did you tag it and secure it as evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm handing you a bag. This bag will contain what will soon be marked as exhibit number 23. I would ask you to examine that bag for a moment. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the bag signed by the state medical examiner.
Do you know what it contains?
It contains the corn rake that we retrieved from the shed.
How do you know that?
It has a broken handle, and it's tagged.
If you would please, Deputy, please carefully open that bag and remove the contents.
Can I step down here to
Sure.
a little bit more room? You want me to take it out?
Please take it out of the bag. If you would have a seat back up in the witness stand. Deputy, have you seen that item before today?
Yes.
And where have you seen that item before today?
This was the corn rake we retrieved from the shed at the Mullis farm.
How do you know that is the same corn rake you retrieved from the shed at the Mullis farm?
It's tagged and it has a broken handle.
And since the time you collected it, and other than for its use at the state medical examiner's office, has this corn rake remained in evidence at the Delaware County Sheriff's Department until this very moment?
Yes, it has.
Does the corn rake appear to be in the same condition as it is when you first collected it back on November 10th of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit number 23 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
23 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You can display it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Now, Deputy, based on your experience and years in law enforcement, would a person be able to inflict death or serious injury on another person with that corn rake if they chose to do so?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Deputy Holub. Deputy Holub, did you know Todd Mullis prior to this day?
I may have met him before, but I don't know him personally, no.
You weren't familiar enough to know what his personality was like, whether he was quiet or bubbly or that kind of thing?
No, I don't know him
Okay.
that well.
The county attorney asked you about his demeanor, the way he was acting. You said he acted kind of excited and hard time staying focused. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your years of experience, you've, I'm sure, encountered people who are dealing with a rather traumatic event.
Yes.
Car accidents, fires, all kinds of things.
Yes.
Do people always react the same way?
No.
Have you seen people react to a horrible situation in what some people might consider an inappropriate way? Laughing at the wrong time?
I haven't seen laughing at something that's tragic, no.
Todd wasn't laughing that day.
No.
But he wanted someone to take care of his kids.
Correct.
About what time of the afternoon do you think you got back to the Mullis farm with Deputy Thompson and eventually Trysten to look in the shed?
We pulled into the drive there at about 12:31 p.m.
I think one of your later responses to a later exhibit may have answered my question, but in exhibit number 6 was the one with 2 drops of blood on the concrete, and you had the ruler there, and you said that blood drops were about at inch number 1 and inch number 4.
Yes.
Later on, I think it's number 22, Is that the same towel?
Yes.
So 22 shows where in the shed the towel was located, right?
Yes.
Pardon me. And please look at 21 also. Once again, is that the towel?
Yes.
And actually, there's two things there, a towel and a rag.
Yes.
In number 21, to the left would be you can see a crack, that would be that sliding door that you couldn't move.
To the left there where the door, yes.
And is the alleyway down to the pet carrier beyond that second rag?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have an estimate as to what time you would have got back to the hospital after being at the Mullis farm?
It took me about 16 minutes to get there.
And I think you also mentioned that you had taken not only the corn fork, number 23, but also you said Trysten's trousers?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take those?
I wanted to present that to the hospital. Maybe they could figure out how much blood loss there was.
But soon after you returned to the hospital, based on Dr. Thompson's observations and comments, there was a concern about how Amy Mullis had gotten these injuries.
Yes.
Would you say at that time things shifted from investigating a farm accident to perhaps foul play?
Yes.
And at that time you bagged the corn rake and put it back in your car to keep in evidence?
It was, yes, it was driven right back from the hospital to our evidence room, yes.
Was it bagged from the farm to the hospital?
No.
Okay. Was there any discussion between that either involved you or others that you're aware of about returning to the farm to do further investigation now that there was a suspicion of foul play?
Can you say that one more time?
After you went back with the corn fork to the hospital and Dr. Thompson looked at it, you kept it in evidence.
Yes.
Was there any discussion that you were involved in, or are you aware of anybody else's discussion about returning to the farm to do further investigation now that foul play may be suspected?
I went back, I should say that our sheriff and Deputy Thompson did an interview with Todd at our sheriff's office, and after they had convened, the sheriff said that he had given them permission that I could go back and take a couple more pictures at the shed there.
On the return trip, did you take more photos?
Yes.
Were they included in what we've seen so far?
Yes.
Did you do that on your own?
Yes.
Was there any other investigation made around the shed by you or other law enforcement?
There would have been by other law enforcement after I took those pictures.
Do you know when?
I'm not sure.
And by whom?
Travis Hemisath.
Okay. But you don't think Hemisath went out there that day that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. At the hospital, did you see Trysten return?
To the hospital?
Yes.
I don't recall seeing him there.
Was there any photographs taken, other than the front door of the shed that we've seen, were there any other photographs taken on the outside of the building?
None that I had taken.
And no visual exam, a walk around or anything like that?
I did not do that, no.
Do you know if Deputy Thompson would have done that?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Thank you, Deputy. That's all I have.
Okay.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Deputy, with any of your conversations that you had with the defendant, did he ever mention the possibility that anybody else would have killed his wife?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your
Okay. Thanks for joining us today on a Saturday as we do a rewatch of Todd Mullis, Iowa versus Mullis. Lots of good stuff happened so far. So we started with a 911 call of Todd, and he, to me, sounded stressed and he was breathing hard. Amy was on, he's describing Amy is on laying across Trysten's lap. So Amy was found on her hands and knees in the shed with the rake sticking out of her. They had to pull the rake out to get her out, right? And then she was laying on his lap. Now I don't know if she was laying. They didn't say if she was on her back or on her front. He didn't say that, and if he did, I missed it. So if somebody heard that, let me know. 911 is trying to get Todd to lay her flat and perform CPR. So then he does ultimately get her flat. Now I thought he took her out of the truck, because then later on we just heard from Deputy Holub that there was blood on the ground when they were doing CPR. So maybe they did pull her out eventually. Maybe that was somebody else. All right, anyway. So he gets her laying flat and attempts compressions, but then this was in the truck, so why wouldn't there be blood all over the truck? Lots of questions here. And then at one point he's like, come on, respond, come on, respond. It almost sounded like he was mad to me. Then we took a poll, and I asked, did he sound genuine or not? And 56% of you thought he sounded genuine, 43% thought no. Then we moved on to Deputy Luke Thompson. So at 12:05, he received a dispatch he thought it was a farming accident. He said it only took him a few minutes to get to the scene. He said he saw a young man with blood on his coat flagging him down. So then maybe Amy was on her back, or anyway. So he's got blood on his clothes, and of course that was Trysten. He said Trysten was quiet and standing, looking like he was in shock. He started to talk to Todd. Todd was pretty excited and talkative, but not a whole lot of emotion. They talked. This deputy and the other deputy talked about emotion, and I did a poll, and I'll get to that in a second. Then Trysten left with a family friend back to the farm. Deputy Thompson followed him. He led him to the red shed, and Trysten showed them where they had found Amy, or where he found Amy. So this is kind of getting to my theory of somebody killed Amy. I don't think she fell on it. Like we're all saying in the chat, I guess there were 6 wounds. We'll have to wait to the ME, and she's coming up soon. We'll have to wait. What angles were the wounds? You know, I'm all about the angle because I thought it was a, you know, fork like that, but it ended up being curved. So we'll get to that. So I'll get to my theory after I go through all this. Deputy Thompson went to the hospital, stood outside the OR until Amy was announced deceased. He talked to Todd about who was there and what they were doing, and Todd just kind of reiterated. He said Amy was tired, and he asked her to go get the pet carrier for the kittens. He said about 20 to 40 minutes later, he noticed the pet carrier wasn't there, and he sent Trysten to look for Amy. Todd told then he took Todd to the sheriff's office, and he was interviewed there. Now, not by that special agent, but by another deputy. The cross came back and said, was the weather cold? You know, what was the weather like? He said cold with a light dusting of snow. Describe what does not a lot of emotion. And I agree with that. I mean, he wasn't, and the deputy said not crying. So I guess if you're not crying in the eyes of the deputy, that means you're not showing emotion. I think that's really, really subjective, and I didn't agree with that testimony at all. But oh, my volume is low. I'm sorry, guys. Let me not sure why my volume is low, but I'll
try the gain on your mic. Try the bottom of your mic.
I don't know which way to go. All right, I'm going to turn my volume up. How's that? Is that a little bit? All right, check 1, 2. How's that? How's my volume now? Is that a little bit better? Let me know if the volume is a little bit better. It's really hard to hear you. Okay, how about now? How's the audio now? Checking 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing my audio. How's that audio? A little bit better? There you go. Okay, a little bit better? Okay. Okay, thanks guys. Appreciate it. All right, so, okay. So we left off with cross. So the detective described not a lot of emotion meant that he wasn't crying. So to this deputy, by not showing emotion, that means he had to be crying. Okay. Trysten was fairly quiet and seemed scared. Okay, so I got a theory going. Not a huge one, but just something going. And that, let's see, they found the pet carrier. The pet carrier was in the shed towards the back. And then I asked you guys, what emotion should Todd have shown? And the questions were shock, cry, hysterical, or stoic. So 65% of you thought he should be showing shock. 10% thought he should be crying. 20% thought hysterical, and 5% stoic. Then Deputy Eric Holub came on the stand, and he was a first responder, and he talked to Todd. He described Amy's skin as pale, and she was not responsive. He said Todd was having a hard time staying focused and was excited. He wanted to call someone to go to check on the young kids. I know a lot of you were saying he should have been more focused on his wife. I get that, but I also get that he's got a 5 and a 7-year-old back at the house. I can understand him wanting to call somebody. I didn't find that so odd that he wanted to have somebody go check on the kids. I didn't think that was that big of a deal. And yes, widespread panic emotions are very subjective. Taylor says, cold with light snow, so she was wearing what? Shirt, hoodie, bigger coat? We layer for working outdoors. Yes, Trysten testified as to what she was wearing. She had exactly that. She had a shirt, not sure if it was a hoodie, but it was definitely a long sleeve shirt, heavy coat, and then pants. Thankfully, she had pants on. Okay, so Todd did not go in the ambulance. He went with a family friend and took him to the hospital. Some of you thought that was odd. I could see that. Trysten went back to the farm. So why didn't Trysten go to the hospital with his mom? I mean, the same question could be asked for Trysten. Is that odd that that Trysten didn't go with his mom, that he went back to the farm? So he went back to the farm with these 2 deputies, and he was shown around the shed, and the Deputy Holub took photos of the scene, And here's where the first time we see the corn rake. So I thought it was straight like this, but it's actually curved. And I believe there were 4 tines. I think there were 4. There were only 2 drops of blood that were found at the scene. I find that very, very interesting. Very interesting. Only 2 drops of blood. I mean, she clearly was stabbed there. Why were there only 2 drops of blood? Especially because they had to pull. Todd says he had to pull the rake out of her. You would think, well, I don't know. And if indeed she was stabbed twice, you would think there might be some blood splatter. The distance between the prongs to me was about 1.5 inches. He showed a photo of the pet carrier. It's big carrier. I think Trysten estimated it to be about 20 or 30 pounds, I think he said. So it was pretty big. And Mandy asked, why would he, if she was dizzy, why would Todd ask Amy to go get this pet carrier? And in fact, he said, Trysten testified that Todd said, if you can't get it, it's fine, just leave it or something like that, and then go inside and lay down. So it's not like he was like, go get this carrier, and if you don't, I'm getting a divorce. You know, he's like, go get it. If you want to help, because she was on the bucket working the light fixtures, and she was getting dizzy. So he said, if you want to help us, go get the pet carrier. He said, if you can handle it. If you can't handle it, it's not a big deal. So I'm not seeing Todd as the monster that perhaps others are making him out to be. I'm not saying he's a saint, but I'm not saying he was a monster. It seemed like he, at least in Trysten was saying this. This is his testimony. Then there was a photo of blood where CPR was performed. So that's why I thought, it wasn't in the driveway, Julie. At least I don't think. It was on concrete. I thought it was after, because they didn't try CPR in the driveway. They got her out of the shed, put her in the truck on Trysten, drove, calling 911, and they said, perform CPR. So I don't know if that was, I guess, he said that's where CPR was performed, but they did not perform CPR at the house. So that was a little confusing. I thought that was in wherever they had pulled over. But then they said he did CPR in the truck. So definitely some confusion going on here. Where was CPR performed? In the passenger side of the truck? That's like nearly impossible, as we were talking about in chat. All right, little miss, I'm not there yet, not ready to convict. So Julie, this is confusing about the bucket and lighting and whether she was doing it or they talked her out of it because of her dizzy problem. Yeah, good question. Okay, then the rake came into evidence. So it was a broken handle. Thought that was very interesting. Broken handle. Didn't expect that. So again, you had to, because it was curved, you'd have to do a hacking, right? You can't stab somebody. Here, let me. You've got something curved. You can't, and somebody's standing up. I guess you could do that. Right? You could do that. If it's straight, that's easier to stab. But if it's like this, you gotta. So I want to see what those, and if you're taller, Amy's smaller. I want to see where, I want to hear that ME. It always boils down to the ME, right? Like what angle was the angle coming down like that? Was the angle like that? Okay, so here's my theory. Somebody did this, right? I don't think she fell on it. But Trysten loved Todd. Trysten was a hunter and a fisherman. Trysten was very upset that his mom was cheating and having an affair on Dad. Trysten was in shock and he looked scared and he was quiet. Trysten found Amy. So, put 2 and 2 together. That's I'm not 100% convinced this was Todd. I think there's a lot of evidence pointing towards Trysten. What do you guys think? You're not feeling the son did it at all, not one iota. Dad falling on a sword for his son. I don't think a 13-year-old has the strength. He's a big kid, don't forget. I don't think he's a farm, he's a farm lad, farm hand. I don't know how big he is because we didn't see a picture of him. We don't know how big he is. But that's just my theory. I'm not 100% sure that Todd did this, only because Trysten had motive, because he was upset at mom for having an affair. He had opportunity. He was the one that found Amy. So, Dream, you thought about that? Kerville, is that why they had him call in via voice and not in the court so the jury doesn't see him? Well, I think he's 13, so maybe they didn't. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
He's a minor.
He's a minor. Well, but he called in. He could have been on the stand, right? He could have been on the stand.
In, but
yeah,
they just didn't show him.
He could have been on. So anyway, that's my theory. I'm not 100% convinced this was Todd, only because what I just said. Trysten found Amy. He was mad at her because of the affair. He could have been doing those Google searches. He loved his dad. He loved his dad. They were buds. They went hunting and hiking, and who knows what they talked about. So, all right, let's move on to the next segment here. And again, Rottweiler Investigations is providing this content, so thank you for that. And if you guys don't know who they are, definitely check them out. They have some really good content. We got the the link is in the description if you guys want to go give them some love. But they provided the cat phone calls from the Chazzy Chaz handlers trial. All right. Oh, you know what, let's see, I should can I pull up some? That's not working.
What?
I'm trying to pull up, I guess it's not working on the screen. All right.
I don't know what that means.
Therapist says a child could never kill their parents, does not hold any water anymore. A child could definitely kill their parents. We have seen that.
That's why we don't want kids.
Carly Gregg. Let's see. Mandy Strong says the hog pen they were working in was as long as a football field. Yep, Trysten was on the other end of the hog pen, I thought. Yeah. And at first he said his dad only left for he only went out of his sight for 1 minute and 45 seconds, but then he changed his testimony. Pammy, Todd was out of sight for about an hour and a half per Trysten. Well, he changed his testimony. At first he said it was only 1 minute and 45 seconds, but then he changed it during the trial. So Taylor says, yeah, I'm not ready to convict dad and have wondered about son, but she didn't fall on the rake. I think we can all agree on that for sure. Farm work is hard and build muscles, so he'd be strong. Totally agree with that. Ken says, yeah, I would have pushed the Emmy forward in the presentation, I think, because of all those questions. All right, we're going to get to her. I think she's coming up, if not next, then pretty soon. So, Pammy's saying, not feeling the son did it, not 1 iota. All right. We shall see. We shall see. Therapist, I thought the carrier was up high, hence her needing to stand on a bucket. She was standing on the bucket to do the light fixtures for sure. I don't know about how high up the carrier was. I think she was standing, so BAP says, I think she was standing, the first hit fell and really got it the second time. Oh, okay, so whoever did this hits her, she falls, and then, yeah, that could be. That could be. So she wasn't standing up the whole time. All right, I hear you. That's good. All right. Okay. All right, let's get back to, let's get you back into the courtroom.
Julie Grant.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Terry Stainer. It's Terri. Last name is Staner.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please tell us how old you are?
56.
And what area do you currently live in?
I live near Irville.
What area did you grow up in?
I grew up over by Marshalltown.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
Where did you graduate from?
Gladbrook.
And did you receive any additional schooling after that?
I went for a year for dental assisting, and I did that for a few years until I had children. And then later on, I went back to EMT and paramedic.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a critical care flight paramedic for a air ambulance service. I also work PRN at the hospital in Marshalltown as a paramedic, and I do their emergency preparedness coordination.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
I met Amy in approximately 2006 when she started working at Manchester Hospital, and we met there.
And in what capacity was Amy working at Manchester Hospital?
Amy was a nurse.
What was the nature of your relationship when you first met Amy?
When I first met Amy, I was working as a EMT unit secretary.
And would it be fair to say you became friends?
We became very good friends.
And when you say, what kind of things would you do together?
We did a lot together. We went out for lunch a lot. We, at one point, rented a houseboat for a week with several friends, and Amy was along, and we're up there and spent time together as friends and just socialized.
Is there anything that you and Amy would do on a regular basis or semi-regular basis?
We were golf partners for a couple years, and we did golf a lot together. We did a lot of lunches together.
What kind of things did Amy like to do?
Amy liked to golf. Amy, she was a great nurse. She liked to take care of people. She enjoyed farming. She liked to hunt and fish. And I think probably the thing she liked most was being a mom.
And why do you say that?
Because her kids came first. You know, if I wanted to do something or had something planned, and if there was something going on with her children, that came first. She loved coaching their ball games. She loved being a mom.
Now, sometime after you met Amy, did you leave Regional Medical Center in Manchester?
I did. I left within that first year, and we did remain very close friends after that.
Where were you working then when you left there?
I went down to Iowa City for about 6 months on a transport service with fixed wing air, and then I went to St. Luke's in their ER and then on their flight team.
And then at some point, did you start working again at Manchester Hospital?
I didn't start that again until probably 3 years ago. Amy and I were both on the Irville volunteer ambulance together, so we spent a lot of time with the fire department, doing things with the fire department, fundraisers and things like that.
Do you know how long Amy worked at Manchester Hospital?
Amy worked there until, I'm thinking, approximately 5 or 6 years ago.
And do you know why she left?
She left because it was kind of a deal she made with her husband after she had her first affair, that she needed to be home and not be in that environment with a lot of other people.
Now, let me just go back 1 second. You said something about you doing some work with the fire department with Amy as well?
Right.
And what did Amy do with regards to the fire department?
She was nurse exempt, so we were on the ambulance together. We really didn't do anything on the fire side. It was just the EMS side.
So what are some of the things or duties that you have when you would be working in that capacity?
We carry pagers, and if there's a call, if you're available, you go and respond to the call.
Now, throughout your friendship with Amy, let me go back. Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How did you meet Todd?
I met Todd through Amy.
And what was your relationship like with Todd?
My relationship was fine with Todd. I didn't see Todd a lot because Todd didn't do a lot of social things. I did see him occasionally, and I think our relationship was fine.
When you would see Todd, where would you generally see him?
He came to a few of the fire department functions, and if I would stop at their house, sometimes I stopped there to get eggs or drop off something with the kids or do corn or something like that, and I would see Todd there.
Would it be fair to say that you were also friendly with Todd?
Yes.
And did Todd work a lot on the farm?
Todd worked all the time. He was very, very passionate about farming.
Now, at some point in your friendship with Amy, did she start confiding in you about her relationship?
Her relationship with...
with Todd.
With Todd? Yes.
And you already said something about this, but approximately 5 years ago, did Amy tell you any information that related to her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what did Amy tell you?
I distinctly remember we were golfing, and she told me that she had begun an affair with someone that would come up to the hospital quite often.
Now, after you learned that information, did you have any role with regards to Amy and Todd's relationship?
I did.
And what was your role?
I spent a lot of time talking with both of them, with Amy and with Todd, as far as what they were going to decide to do. I talked to one of our social workers at our hospital for advice for good counseling for them to go to if they wanted to make their marriage work. And so they did start going to counseling in Cedar Rapids. I feel like I had a very good finger on that pulse of how things were going between the two of them. And
how was it that you even became involved in that?
I think, if I remember correctly, it was Todd reaching out to me.
And how would you communicate with Todd?
Mostly through text.
At times throughout the years, would you sometimes also have conversations or phone conversations
Yes.
with him? And how would you communicate with Amy?
Amy I saw quite often.
Would you and Amy also at times communicate by text messages
Yes.
and phone? Now, what, if any, observations did you make about their relationship after you talked to them about it and they were in counseling?
I thought, maybe things would be able to work out for them. It took Todd a very long time. I don't think he ever really trusted Amy again. That was very hard for her. A lot of times when we were together, she would, say, how long do I have to pay for this mistake? It was very regulated who she could do things with. I was on, it was kind of a joke, the approved friend list that could actually do things with Amy. She was timed when she left home and when she got back, and it was very carefully watched, her activities outside of the farm.
You indicated that you talked to Todd quite a bit as well about this affair 5 years ago. What observations or what did you observe Todd's behavior to be like after finding out about that affair?
He was concerned a lot about the sexual part of it, like if this other person, what she was getting from that person, if there were things were better with him or not. He was very focused on this other gentleman and his family. After they started going through counseling, I kind of thought things would maybe settle down a little bit. And then Amy told me that Todd felt like the other gentleman wasn't punished enough, so he called his wife when she was at work, and she's a nurse in a care center, and told her about the affair when she was at work.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to the summer and fall of 2018. During that time, were you also still communicating with Amy and Todd in different ways?
Yes.
And around that time, do you remember having a conversation with Todd where he asked you some questions about Amy?
Yes.
And what was what form of communication was that?
I honestly do not remember if it was a phone conversation or a text message conversation.
But do you remember the information that Todd relayed to you?
Yes.
And what was that information?
He asked me, he said, hey, I noticed Amy's been acting strange again. She's been kind of going off into the bedroom and, spending a lot of time in there alone with her phone. She's kind of showing some of the same behaviors that she had before. And he said, so I looked at our phone bill and I saw just in one day there were 128 text messages to the same gentleman. And he asked me, do you think this is strange behavior? And I said, yes, I do. I do feel like that is strange behavior, and that he needed to talk to her and ask her, what the behaviors were and what was going on.
Now, Terry, you indicated that part of that message was asking you if you thought Amy was doing things like before.
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
Having an affair.
At that point, were you aware of whether or not Amy was having an affair? At that point, had Amy told you about an affair?
No.
Shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And do you remember if that was in person or by way of phone?
It started as a text. She sent me a text message and she said, I'm in trouble and I need to talk. Something along that line.
And once you got that message, do you know if you saw her in person or if it was a phone conversation?
It was within a couple days she came over in person.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
During that conversation, what did Amy indicate to you?
She told me that she had started seeing their field guy that had come to their farm quite often. I didn't exactly understand what his job was or what his role was, and that Todd was very suspicious, had called this gentleman's wife and had confronted him, also asking if there was something going on between the two of them due to the volume of text messages. And she did tell me that she was having an affair with him at that time.
At that time, did Amy indicate to you any intentions about whether or not she was going to stay with Todd or leave Todd?
No. She indicated that she didn't know what was going to happen with this relationship. She said at first it started out as very sexual. He made it very clear that that's all it was about, was just having sex. And then she said, but as they progressed, they became close and it became more than just a sexual relationship.
Did you continue to meet with Amy for lunch or in other ways at this time?
I did.
Did you have any additional conversations with Amy about this affair and her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what do you remember in relation to that initial conversation about the affair when the next conversation took place?
She was, at this time, she was telling me, I'm still not sure what I want to do. Maybe I should just stick it out. Maybe I should, be with my family. She didn't know if, where, she said this Jerry was in the same boat she was. He had family, he had children at home. And so she still didn't have that relationship kind of figured out. When she very first told me, the very first day that she was having an affair, I was so angry at her because I told her, Amy, you're putting yourself in a really dangerous situation, and I said at that time, he is going to kill you.
And why did you say that?
Because Todd is just the person you don't mess with.
Now, during the same time that you're having these conversations with Amy, are you at times also communicating with Todd?
Yes.
And What, if anything, is Todd saying to you in these conversations?
Todd was saying that Amy at home was very moody. She was crying a lot. She was being mean to the children. He was saying that she seemed depressed. She's upset. But at the same time, he's saying this, when I was with Amy, I did not see that behavior from her. I did not see her upset and crying, and the only thing she was having a difficult time with is she felt like if she chose to continue this relationship, she would lose her son, Trysten.
And did she indicate to you why she felt that?
She said that the past few months that Trysten and Todd had become very close. Prior to that, Amy and Trysten were actually a very close mother-son. Trysten would come golfing with us. You know, he called me Terror Bear, and he spent a lot of time with Mom. He is very soft-hearted, very kind kid. She had told me, you know, all of a sudden Todd is starting to be Mr. Super Dad, which wasn't the case before because he's so involved with the farm. He didn't take time out to go to their activities. And now he was doing things with the children, like taking them on picnics or down to their pond or fishing, which had never happened before. She said that he and Trysten were spending a lot of time together. Trysten was missing a lot of school because Todd was pulling him out to work on the farm. She was upset that Trysten stopped participating in band because his dad told him that that was for pussies. She said Trysten started like emulating his dad, the way he walked, the way he talked. Didn't want to wear underwear because his dad didn't wear underwear. I mean, he just started mimicking his dad, and he and his dad became very, very close in those few months.
Now, Terry, at the same time, did you have additional conversations with the defendant, Todd, where he was asking you if you thought that Amy was having an affair?
Yes.
And at that point, you actually knew Amy was having an affair?
I did.
What was your response to Todd when he would ask you that?
My response to Todd, I kind of sidestepped the questions because I felt like Todd and I have always had pretty straight up with each other, and I felt like I was being put in a position where I had to lie to him, which I didn't want to do because, number one, I wasn't comfortable lying with him, and but on the other hand, I felt like I needed to protect Amy because she felt like she needed time to decide what she was going to do.
And do you remember what kind of responses you would give Todd when he would ask you if you thought Amy was having an affair?
I would tell him, Todd, you need to talk to Amy. You just need to talk to Amy. Maybe you guys need to go back to counseling. You guys need to spend time together. I said, Amy likes to be out. She can't be trapped on the farm all the time. She's social. She wants to go out. She wants to look pretty. She wants to do things, and you need to do these things with her. I told him we were going on vacation in March. I said, you guys should join us so that you guys have time together. And I said, you need to spend time with her and your family.
Now, at some point at the end of August, do you remember going to a conference for work?
Yes.
And did you hear something, or did something come to your attention during that conference at work?
So I went to a trauma conference and with other people that worked at Regional Medical Center. At that time, we were going to supper, and it was mentioned that Amy was being naughty again.
And what did you take that to mean?
That they knew she was having an affair. And I asked, where did you hear this? And the person that said it told me he heard it from his brother-in-law, who was very good friends with Todd, too. And so I knew it was out in the community.
When you heard that there were rumors going about about Amy's affair, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Why?
The next day, when we were going home, my husband told me, you need to let Amy know. And I said, yes, I understand. I need Amy to know that Todd's going to hear this and that she needs to talk to Todd with Randy, her stepdad there, and tell him the truth and what's going on before he hears it from someone else.
Did you have a conversation with Amy about that information?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was in person or phone?
I sent her a text and I said, I need to talk to you. And she goes, okay. She brought over I got eggs from her all the time. She brought over some eggs and I said, and it may have been some text and some talking to her in person. I told her it was out and that who had told me what was said, and she was very, very, very upset.
And during that conversation, was anyone else present?
No.
Did that conversation take place at your home?
Yes.
And what, you indicated a second ago that you said, what did you say to her about who, or what else did you say to her, I guess I'll ask?
I told her it was out, what was said, and she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. And I'm like, Amy, that doesn't matter who said it. What matters is that it's out in the community. It's a small community. Todd's going to hear it from someone else. You know, you need to tell him. And she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. So I told her who had said it. And she said, I'm going to tell Todd that there's rumors out there to stop this. So if he hears it, he'll think it's just the rumor mill going around.
And what was your response when Amy told you that?
I told her she needed to be honest with him and tell him. And I told her she needed to take Randy with her.
Who is Randy?
Her stepdad.
And why did you indicate to her that you thought that Randy should go with her?
Because I felt like she would be safe if Randy went with her.
And what was Amy's relationship like with Randy?
They have a very, very good relationship.
During your conversation with Amy, did she indicate to you that she was fearful of Todd?
She never came out and said she was fearful of Todd. She was more fearful of what was going on between Todd and Trysten.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy where she told you if she came up missing what to do?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
That conversation happened after Todd and I had kind of stopped texting or talking because I was very short with my responses to him. He said, Amy had gone to the state fair. I knew she was going to be with her friend there.
When you say her friend, is that the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I encouraged Todd to go and to maybe surprise Amy and show up there so that...
Just so we're clear, so Amy was planning on going to the state fair.
Yes.
And were you aware that she was going to be meeting the man she was having the affair with?
She said they were meeting and they were staying in a hotel together.
At that same time, were you still texting and speaking with Todd at times about their relationship?
Yes.
Just have to wait till I ask the question because the court
is
writing everything down. And you just indicated a moment ago that you at some point encouraged Todd to go to the state fair.
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted him to find them together when it would be safer for her.
And what do you mean by that?
I felt like if it was in a hotel with a lot of people, that maybe things would not escalate.
Now, as you indicated, you were still, at this time when your conversations are going on with Amy, you're still having some text conversations with Todd.
Yes.
And what other types of conversations or text conversations are you having with Todd?
Mostly with Todd by then was just you guys need to talk, you guys need to talk. And then I can't remember what my last text was to him, but I remember his last text was, maybe everybody's lying to me about this, and then I never got another text from Todd.
Now, a minute ago you said, we started talking about a conversation that you said happened after you encouraged Todd to go to the state fair with Amy. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At my home.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
So what was the context of that conversation with Amy?
That conversation occurred, Amy had been with her family. Her uncle had had a head bleed. Her mom was trying to help take care of him. Amy went down for several days because he kept trying to get out of bed. He would fall. So Amy went down to spend nights there so that her mom could go home and rest. She had come home and went to Todd's mother's house to get Wyatt. And his mother did not want to let Wyatt go with her.
And would that have been sometime in October 2018? Yes. And did that conversation, was that text message or was it in person or both?
She sent me a text and she said, "Can you talk?" And I said, "Give me a couple minutes." And then I called her and she was crying. She was upset. I couldn't hardly understand her. I said, "Amy, what's going on?" She said that she went to get Wyatt. Elaine said, "He's not going with you because everybody knows you're crazy Amy. Everybody in the neighborhood is calling you crazy Amy. You're crazy Amy. You're not taking this kid because you're crazy Amy." And Amy's like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, it's harvest, it's a busy time for this family. You shouldn't have been gone. You should have been home and taking care of your children and your family." And Amy goes, "I needed to be with my uncle. I needed to help my family." And he kept falling out of bed, and Elaine said, "Well, they just tie those people to the bed, and that's what they should do to him. And you could have been home with your family." So Amy was very upset. She had texted Todd. Excuse me, she did not text Todd. She got a text from Todd that said, "Do not go with your mother. She's crazy." It was a text intended for Trysten that went to Amy.
Terry, when you say Elaine, is Elaine Todd's mother?
Yes.
Now, during any of your conversations with Amy, did she ever tell you about an area to look for her if she was ever missing?
Yes, it was the same day after we had the conversation on the phone. She came to my home. She was crying. She was red-faced. She had mascara running down her face. She was very upset. She said she needed to talk to Todd. She didn't understand why he would say that to Trysten. And she said, "Terry," or she called me Tara. She said, "Tara, if I ever come up missing, have them look in our new timber." And I said, "Amy, you have got to get Randy here, and you've got to go talk to Todd."
Did Amy say anything else to you during that conversation that you recall?
No, she was just very tearful. She was going to go home and talk to Todd after she left my home.
Did you ever have a conversation with Todd when you indicated to him that maybe him and Amy should get a divorce?
Yes.
And was this in person, on phone, or text, if you remember?
I believe it was text.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
I think it was around, possibly, if I can remember, around the time of the state fair. Amy had kind of indicated, I knew she was going to be seeing this gentleman there. She had kind of indicated that maybe things were going very well with him, and that she was thinking that that's maybe something she wanted to do. She wanted to be with him. And so I felt like maybe if I prepared Todd just a little bit, and said, "Hey, Todd, maybe you two really aren't meant for each other. Maybe you two would be better off not being together."
And do you recall what Todd's response was?
He said, I have worked for this farm since I was 11, and I will not give it up.
Terry, do you remember having a conversation with Amy the week before her death?
Yes.
And was that a phone call or was that in person?
She sent me a text and said, hey, I need to talk to you, so I give her a call. She told me she was having surgery, wanted to know if I could come and take her to surgery and pick her up. And I told her I couldn't. I was working that day in St. Luke's. And so she goes, well, you know, it's kind of, Todd's really busy right now. I don't know if he'll take me. But she said, I'll figure it out.
And did you learn that later Todd did take her
Yes.
for that procedure? Did you text Amy about that procedure after she had it?
I did.
And what was the context of that conversation?
I said, hey, how'd the ablation go? Because I had had the same procedures, so I kind of knew what it was, what she was going through. We had talked a little bit about that before, like, hey, I did this, you know, it's okay, it's very simple. And so I texted her, I believe, on the 7th and said, how'd the ablation go? And she responded, it went really well. She said, it's so much better. There's just a little tiny trickle of blood instead of me bleeding heavily like I did the last 40 days. She said, I'm going to take it easy today, but I feel pretty good.
And just, do you know what an ablation is with your medical background and with having that procedure?
Yes.
What is it?
So when someone has very heavy menstruation, a lot of times, especially if they become anemic, they will go in with, it's almost kind of like a water bottle, and they heat up the uterine lining, and it kind of burns that lining off so that they don't have those heavy periods anymore. There's no nerve endings in the uterus, so it's not painful. But
Terry, when did you have that same procedure done? If you
I
remember?
had it done probably about 5 years prior to Amy having hers done, or before Amy had hers done.
And what was your recovery like?
I had no problems. I went back to work within the next day or two, and I had no problems with it at all.
Now, Terry, you indicated that some of these conversations with both Amy and Todd were by way of text message. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Were all of these conversations with either of them or both of them only text message, or were they in other forms as well?
Some were phone calls, and some were in person. I never met in person with Todd. Todd was either through text or phone calls.
And did you at some point hand over some of those text messages to the police?
I did.
Do you have, you've prior to today looked at those text messages?
I did.
Do those text messages entail every conversation you've testified about?
No.
And why not?
I had gotten a new phone, and so I wasn't quite used to my new phone, so I would accidentally delete things. Sometimes if I became irritated, I would just delete a text. And I did make Travis aware that I had probably deleted some text messages, and I said, if you need to go in my US Cellular and look those up or whatever you need to do, you're welcome to. But I did delete some of those messages.
And is Travis Hemaseth?
Yes.
One of the investigators in this
Yes.
case? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Terry, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66, Group Exhibit. If you could just briefly look through all of those pictures.
Okay.
There's some on the back, too. Okay.
They look familiar.
And Terry, in that group exhibit, State's Exhibit 66, are those screenshots of the text messages that you tendered to the Delaware County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And do they appear to be true and accurate copies of the messages that you gave to those officers?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Group Exhibit 66 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
66 is admitted.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish to the jury and ask some additional questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Terry, I'm showing you one of the first messages. I believe it's the first message in your pack. It indicates you can either see it up on the screen.
I can see it.
I think you have them in front of you. And it indicates that at the bottom there, you and Amy on July 26, 2018 had a conversation.
Yes.
And this is Amy's number in your phone, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that Amy Mullis was Amy Mullis in your phone?
Yes.
And I believe Todd was Todd in your phone?
Yes.
And in this message at the bottom there, what kind of information are you and Amy exchanging?
At the bottom?
Yes.
That's when she asked me if we could talk because she was in trouble.
And I'm going to go to the next page. And what does this page show here?
That was when her grandma had passed away, and she was at her grandma's.
And at the bottom there in the left-hand corner in the gray area, is that Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And can you just summarize there what she's talking about?
She was talking about their relationship. They hadn't been intimate for a very long time. Todd was sleeping out in the living room. So I think she went to talk to him a little bit about, she didn't tell him about the affair, but just talked to them about their marriage.
And I'll go to the next page here. In the middle there, I know that the top part of the gray part continues your conversation from the prior page. In the yellow area, would it be fair to say the yellow area is your responses to Amy? And in that area, who are you talking about when you're talking about Amy's friend?
Jerry.
And that's the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
And you're also indicating to her that you think she should talk to Todd?
I did.
And then at the bottom there in the gray is Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And on the next page, I think you're following along with the exhibits in front of you. I know the jury can see for themselves and they'll be able to look at these, but can you, on this page, are you continuing to talk about Amy and her relationship with Jerry?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go to the next page. And at the bottom there, I believe it indicates Friday, August 3rd, 2018.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And underneath that is a response or a question to you from Amy, has Todd texted you anymore?
Yes.
And what is Amy referring to there?
I had told Amy that I had been talking to Todd, and she asked if he had texted me anymore recently, so I said no.
And at the bottom there, after you say no, what does Amy start talking to you about?
Todd had called Jerry's wife at the very beginning before I even started talking to him and asked if they were having an affair, or she thought Jerry and Amy were having an affair. I believe she said that their marriage, she felt like their marriage was fine. At this point, Todd called her again and asked her again if everything was okay in their marriage.
And I believe that part of the conversation carries on to the next page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you guys are still talking about her relationship with Jerry. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I'll just go to the next page here. And is this one you and Amy talking about meeting for lunch and also continuing to talk about her relationship with Jerry?
Yes. This was after the state fair.
And then I'll go to the next page. I think that this is just a continuation of some of your conversations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'll go to the next page. At the bottom of this page,
yes.
Is there a conversation that talks about Todd?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that conversation? What's the nature of that conversation?
We had gone to lunch together, and after lunch, Amy texted me that if Todd happened to ask what time she left, I believe, yes, then she said to tell him around 1.
And do you know why she told you that?
Because she was meeting with Jerry.
And that conversation carries to the next page as well?
Yes. And I did not answer her that I would say that to Todd because I felt like I needed to be as honest with him as I could, and I wasn't going to cover for her.
And I'll go here to the next page. And in the middle of this page there, in the gray area where Amy is talking to you, can you just explain what that conversation's about?
That conversation is after the trauma conference when I sent her a text and said, give me a call. And then I told her about the rumors being out.
And then your conversation is talking about those rumors and how she's planning on telling Todd about them?
Yes.
I'll go to the next page here. And I know I'm asking you to kind of quickly look at them, but what's a summary of these text messages?
This is where she had talked to Todd about the rumors, and I think she really wanted him to believe they were just rumors, and that she had told him about the rumors and who had been saying certain things.
And then if I go to the next page, at the top there, what is Amy talking about?
We had talked a lot about if she was going to leave, and I felt like he was being a player, and I told her that, and he would tell her, you know, because Amy's clothes came from Goodwill and things like that, and he would say things to her like, wow, Amy, when we're together, we're going to burn all your Goodwill clothes and go get you a beautiful wardrobe. And so I kept asking her if he was really going to leave his wife or not, and she felt like possibly so, but she was also to the point where she felt like she was strong enough to leave on her own. If that was the case, it was not so much anymore she would leave for him, but she would leave on her own. She said she was quietly looking for jobs and somewhere to live.
And if I go to the next page, are you carrying on this conversation?
Yes. She had talked about how Todd was being Mr. Super Dad and all of a sudden showing a lot of interest in the kids. And I said, well, maybe he's really trying. Maybe he wants to be a better dad. And she said, really, how long is it going to last?
And I'll go to the next page here. And I know she sends you a picture of a Coke bottle. At the bottom, you guys are talking about getting together again.
Yes.
And on the next page, I believe it's just also you guys talking about getting together and when you're going to get lunch again.
Yes.
And if I go to the next page here, just summarize this. I think it's the same type of thing.
We were trying to get together, and we had planned on going for lunch, and I had taken a transfer for the hospital to, I don't remember, it was like somewhere clear on the other side of the state, Carroll or somewhere, and I was very tired, so I said I really didn't feel like going out for lunch, and then she thought about just bringing something over and coming to my house.
And I'll go to the next page here. And at the top there in the gray, on the left, the first full gray message, what is Amy talking about there?
She said she had been sick with a cold. She kind of understood how I felt, and she didn't get out of bed much the day before because she wasn't feeling very well.
And she's talking about being at the hospital with her uncle?
Yes.
I'll go to the next page. And I believe this is the text where you're saying, I know you described this in your testimony, where you tell her to pick something up and come on over so you guys can talk. Is that yes? And again, I think this is just a continuation of that conversation. Does that seem right?
Yes.
And on the next page, I think the top half is you guys continuing that conversation.
Yes.
And the bottom half, which indicates Monday, October 15th, 2018, Amy sends you a text, can you talk?
Yeah.
And that's when, I think you indicated earlier, you told her, give me some time and then we can talk.
Yes, I did.
And on the next page, you send Amy a message.
This was after our conversation on the phone.
And what are you talking about here on the top right corner in the yellow, your response to Amy?
This was after she had called, and she was so upset because Elaine did not want to give her son, and she was upset and crying. And after I thought about it, I'm like, this is kind of how their relationship had always been. Elaine's kind of the matriarch of the family, and is very controlling. And so I answered back to her this because I thought it was terrible that she suggested they just tie her uncle to the bed. And then after that, Amy stopped at the house.
And so these conversations are after you talk on the phone, but before Amy stops over.
Yes.
And then at the bottom there is, it refers to Tuesday, October 30th, 2018.
Yes.
And Amy sends you another message, can you talk, won't take long.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And then I think you're again talking at the top about you being home and you can talk.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, what are you guys talking about there on the bottom? After November 7th, 2018, I apologize.
About the cramping?
Yes.
She's talking about, I asked her how her ablation went. I was in Des Moines for another conference at that time, so I sent her a text and said, hey, how did the ablation go? And that was her response. That it went very well. She was cramping a little bit, and she was just going to chill that day.
And then on the next page, I know you indicated that you had an ablation yourself.
Yes.
And are you talking to her about your experience with your ablation?
Yes.
And she responds to you?
Yes, she did.
And then on the next page, did she send you a picture?
She sent me a picture of her IV site because she had had a lot of bruising. And being as I started a lot of IVs and stuff in my career, that she knew I would find that kind of amusing because she did bruise pretty good.
And it indicates there that was Friday, November 9th?
Yes.
Was that the last time that Amy sent you any type of message?
Yes.
And was that the last time that you spoke to Amy?
Yes.
And that was by way of text message?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that there were some text messages that you gave to the police that you had with Todd.
Yes.
You can go to the next one, please. And I guess now it shifts and Todd's messages are in gray. Does that seem fair to say? And your responses are in yellow?
Correct.
And looking at this text message, what is Todd saying to you at the beginning on August 6, 2018?
He had been telling me about Amy not sleeping, being short-fused with him and the children, that he was kind of staying away from her because of her being moody.
And then on the next page, your messages with Todd. What is he indicating to you here in that top gray message?
He said he was looking up what could be wrong with her, why she was so moody, why she seemed depressed, and he thinks, thought maybe it was premenopause. He sounded like her symptoms. So I encouraged him to keep trying.
And you say, good for you, keep trying.
Yes.
And Todd does respond to you and says, thanks for the support.
Yes.
I've got nothing to lose. And then if you go to the next page, you're continuing to talk to Todd a little bit about this.
Yes.
And he indicates to you, I'll keep at it, but she doesn't make it easy.
Yes.
And then if you could just summarize, because I know that's kind of a long message there in the bottom left, what you guys are talking about there.
He was saying that Amy was just laying around, she was being lazy, she wasn't doing things, she wasn't, taking care of the lawn, she wasn't taking care of the home, she wasn't, is going and doing things with the pork producers. I think at this time she was probably doing a lot of stuff with Taylor and her gymnastics, and that she was getting massages, she was doing all kinds of other things, but not doing her responsibilities on the farm.
Now go to the next page here. I think the top part continues that conversation that you just described.
Yes.
And then your response is in summary, you're trying to encourage him to hang out with Amy and do things with Amy.
Yes. And that's when I encouraged him to go to the fair.
And this is when you indicated that you were kind of hoping he would find out about the affair. And what is Todd's response when you're kind of encouraging him to go to the fair?
His response basically was that she's going to be busy, and he didn't feel like she wanted him there anyway.
And then I'll go to the next page. And again, that top conversation kind of continues from the one before.
Correct.
And at the bottom there, I believe that's another text from Todd to you.
Yes, it is.
And what is that referring to?
It was after Amy and I had gone to lunch, and he said she seemed like she was in a better mood when she got home.
Then I'll go to the next page. And I know that your response after that conversation is, I just want you guys to figure things out.
Yes.
And at the bottom there, Todd is responding to you about your lunch, I believe.
Yes, he is.
I'll go to the next page. No, this is Thursday, August 30th, 2018, and there's a long gray message that was from Todd. What is Todd talking to you about in this message?
He is talking about, after I had told Amy about the rumors being out, so he is talking about her after she told him. He said suddenly she was nice to him. And he was wondering how they got out, how they started. He said he felt like it was weird since he only talked to one guy about it, and Amy's stepdad. And that he did tell me about the problems. He said that she cried a lot that night, and said she should leave because we're better off without her.
Now, in this text message, it indicates, I guess I did tell you about text problem.
Yes.
Do you know what Todd is referring to in that part?
What I felt like he was referring to is that he had told me I knew about what was going on, and I think he felt like maybe I had said something to someone.
And when he says text problems, did you think he meant the 128 text messages?
Yes.
He told you that were between Amy and Jerry?
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And at the top there, Todd is indicating to you that things are pretty good. Is that true?
That day was,
on a good note, most of today was good.
Yes.
And you indicate she needs some counseling, Todd, for her own sake.
Yes.
And why did you respond with that message?
Because Amy was when I talked to her, didn't know what she was going to do, didn't know how to go on with her life as far as when she left, if she was going to be with Jerry, if she was going to be on her own. And I felt like this was maybe a way she needed to talk to someone out of the situation and maybe figure out. said to her, you need to figure this out without Jerry, to figure out what is going on with you, that you can get your life together first before you have a relationship. The suggestion to Todd was Amy did need to go see someone. I meant it as so she could get on with her life and figure things out.
And then Todd responds to you that he thinks it would be hard to get her into counseling.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page.
Yes.
Oh, let me. Now, in this text message at the top, you and Todd are talking about a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in the middle there, underneath where it says 8 p.m., there's a text message to you from Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that text message?
This is referring to the rumors being out and who was saying them.
Because at the top you're talking about the rumors.
Yes.
And when you say rumors, what rumors is that?
The rumor I had heard at the conference about, and it was out in the community, that Amy was having an affair.
And you respond, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes, because they were both Todd and Amy were very focused on who said who I heard it from.
And Todd responded to you, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
And then I know at the bottom there you then send Todd a text after you hear of Amy's death.
Right.
Anything else? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ma'am, I just wanted... I want to make sure I understand the history of you and your relationship with Amy and Todd, okay?
Okay.
You said you met Amy when you were both working at the Manchester Hospital about 2006?
I believe so, yes.
And you began to not only have a working relationship, a friendly relationship, but also a social one.
Yes.
Including houseboats and golfs and lunches and so forth.
Correct.
How long after you met Amy at the Manchester Hospital did you then change employment situations?
Probably within a year, 6 months to a year.
And I believe you said you associated with the hospital in Iowa City?
It was an ambulance service in Iowa City.
And then subsequently to St. Luke's?
Correct.
Okay. How long were you at this ambulance service in Iowa City, and when would you have started working at St. Luke's approximately?
I started at St. Luke's in August of 2007.
Okay. And that's still a position that you hold, or at least you still work for St. Luke's in some degree?
Yes.
And you said 2007?
Correct.
After you changed from Manchester Hospital to the ambulance service and then to St. Luke's, how was your relationship with Amy then?
We were still remain very good friends.
Okay. And were you still living in Earlville?
No, I was living in Manchester at that time.
Okay. Even though you were working for this ambulance service in Iowa City?
Yes, I went to the ambulance service in Iowa City because they did fixed wing patient care, and that's what I had wanted to do.
Would you then commute?
Yes, I did.
Right. Same thing with St. Luke's?
Correct.
Okay. The next thing in my notes is I have is that you and Amy both did volunteer work for the Earlville Fire Department.
Yes, we did.
When did that begin, approximately?
I probably started that in, I can't even tell you for sure, 2008, 2009.
Was Amy still working at Manchester Hospital then?
Yes.
You indicated that you met Todd through Amy and that you didn't have a lot of contact with him, at least directly.
No, not socially. Amy usually did things on her own.
You described him as being very passionate about his farming.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Then, about 5 years ago, 2013 plus or minus, in a golf outing, she tells you that she's had an affair.
Yes, she did.
And your reaction to that was to try to guide both Amy and Todd into some counseling to preserve the marriage.
I did.
And they took your advice. They went to counseling together, right?
They did.
You commented that it seemed that, though, that after this revelation that she had had this affair, that Todd seemed to have a hard time getting over it. Is that right?
Correct.
And that he was more wanting to know where she was at, who she was at, that kind of thing.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Do you know, did either of them ever share with you what the counselors were suggesting that they do in terms of repairing this relationship?
No.
Okay. So you don't know that the counselor was telling both of them that Amy had to be accountable to Todd because of her infidelity?
Yes, she did say that, yes. And I do believe Todd told me that too.
Okay. From that time in 2000, let's say 2013, when you learned of that affair, and I'm not saying that's exactly right, but from that point up until 2018, last summer, how much contact were you having with Amy during that period of time?
I saw her on ambulance calls. I saw her at fundraisers. We went to lunch together quite often. We golfed on a league.
And this was during this period of time, Amy had left her employment at the Manchester Hospital.
She did.
So she was a full-time, stay-at-home mom, farmer.
Yes, she was.
Did you have much direct contact with Todd during those years?
No. Occasionally, if I stopped at the farm to pick up eggs or something like that, I did, but he was always very, very busy, so you didn't see Todd often.
Okay. When you said that, if my notes are correct, you said that in the summer of 2018, Todd contacted you and said that Amy's acting strangely, and mentioned these text messages.
Yes, he did.
At that time, did you know about Amy's affair with Jerry?
No, I did not.
And your reaction was, you guys need to talk.
Yes. I did tell him I felt like it was odd behavior and that he needed to talk to her about it and ask her about it.
When did you know for sure, and I guess what I'm asking you is, when did Amy tell you about the second affair with Jerry?
It would have been after the first text where she said that she was in trouble.
So I hope this doesn't get real confusing, but I want to kind of talk about some of these text messages that were in that exhibit that the state was showing you, okay?
Okay.
And just so I can kind of find my place, there's a message on Thursday, July 26th, started out, looks like on a completely unrelated subject, but then she says, "Can you talk? I'm in trouble."
Yes.
That's what the one you're talking about.
Correct.
So we're talking July 26, 2018.
Correct.
Okay. And your response, I believe, was, "Yes, I can talk anytime. Want to meet somewhere or phone?"
Correct.
By the time you texted that response, did you know that "I'm in trouble" meant she was having an affair?
I had a bad feeling.
Okay.
I did not know for certain.
But also, well, excuse me. Then on Monday, July 30th, "How are you doing?" This is you to her. "How are you doing? I know your grandma was special to you." Her grandma had passed.
Correct.
Okay. And she follows that with, "Been the longest, crappiest week of my life." We saw that on the screen.
Correct.
Was the longest, crappiest week of my life due to the death of her grandmother?
I believe it was both things combined, the death of her grandmother and the stress over having the affair.
Because she goes on in that crappiest week of my life message to talk about Todd.
Correct.
Okay. And you seem to be responding that it sounds like you're having doubts of whether or not Jerry's going to really follow through and have a life with her.
I did.
Because you asked her, "Are you 100% certain he's going to do it?"
I did.
And her response was, "I'm 99% sure."
Yes, she did.
During that time here up until July 30th, were you having any text messages or phone conversations with Todd?
I would have to look through to see exactly when I talked to Todd.
If my notes are correct, if you look to August 6th in the messages between you and Todd, do you have those up there with you?
Yes.
It's the very first page of your communication or text messages with Todd. It's right after the photo she sent you of her IV site.
Okay. And what are you referring to?
Does that appear to be the first text communication that you'd had with Todd during the summer?
The IV, where she's showing me the IV site?
No, the next page where you're communicating with Todd.
The first one would have been in July that I talked to Todd.
A phone conversation?
I honestly do not remember if our first conversation about the 128 text messages was phone or if it was a text.
Okay, all right. There was a text message with Todd, and if you can find it, on August 16th, where he talked about doing research about premenopause. Well, it may be on the page before. I believe the date is August 16th.
Okay.
That's the message you got from Todd, right?
We lost it.
Right above how are things,
Yes,
August 16.
yes,
So the next page, Todd's talking about his researching.
yes,
Okay. And you respond, good for you. Keep trying.
correct.
In your opinion, was Todd trying to understand what Amy's situation was, what her behaviors were?
You want my opinion?
Well, you told him to keep trying.
My opinion was he was trying to make Amy seem like she was crazy.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
He never said that to you.
Nope.
You continue to have text exchanges with Todd.
I did.
And I believe on August 17th, was when he contacted you about her not doing her farm work and chores and housework and so forth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that's, you responded that, get someone to watch the kids, go to the fair.
I did.
At that point, I didn't find it anywhere else in your statements that you were trying to get her caught.
I was.
But at that point, there didn't seem to be, from the text message and so forth, anything of grave concern here.
I did not want to anger Todd. I didn't want to lie to him. I wanted to give Amy time to figure out what she was doing. But on the other hand, I was very fearful for her. I had mentioned several times that she needed to tell Todd what was going on with her stepdad with her. And I felt like if he found them there would be a lot of people around.
Well, you've talked about that. Did you ever witness any inappropriate physical contact between Todd and Amy?
No.
Did you ever hear about any?
Only on one occasion when she was talking about he was angry at her and pushed her down on the bed and had very rough sex with her.
Do you know when that happened?
I do not recall. It was at some time during this conversations we'd been having at the end of the summer.
Let me go to a different place. You said you attended a medical conference and someone there told you that Amy was doing bad things again.
Yes.
Where was that conference at? Do you remember?
Des Moines.
And it appeared from the exhibits that went up that on August 29th, you texted Amy and said, you need to give me a call.
I did.
And she responded with a text about a half hour later. I'm going to talk to Todd and ask him if he talked to anyone about calling Jerry's wife because of the text. If I tell him the rumors is there before he hears it, it may help.
That was after she had called me.
Right, you'd had a conversation.
Correct.
And then you responded, I don't know Ames, you need to talk to him.
Yes.
Meaning Todd.
Correct.
And she makes a comment, this is not what I needed.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that Amy's very concerned and upset that there's rumors about her having another affair?
Yes.
And did it appear, well, let me ask you this. Would it be fair to say that she is understanding from what you told her that you were at this medical conference is that these rumors were coming from the Manchester hospital.
I did not understand that they were told to me by an employee from the Manchester hospital, yes, that I was at the conference with.
Okay. Because I think we'll learn later today that we now know that Amy called an employee at the Manchester hospital that same day.
She did.
Very upset, asking that these rumors be squelched.
Yes.
And if we look at the text messages between you and Todd on August 30th, he contacts you and said Amy did talk to him.
Yes.
Said she was upset, cried a lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then goes on to say, on a good note, most of today was a good day.
He did.
We joked a little.
Yes, I think Amy felt like she was in the clear for a while.
So Todd's reaction to Amy telling him that there's new rumors about her having another affair is that they had a good day and they joked a little. I'm just asking, isn't that what the messages say?
That's what my messages say, yes.
Okay. And you once again, you encourage them to get some counseling.
I did.
And his response on that same day, the only way to get her there is to drag her there. I told her weeks ago that she had the problem, so I should go because I become a super dad, in her words, and the kids come to me first, and she gets mad so fast. She's very different at home. Just ask the kids.
Correct. I did not see any of that from her.
On September 1st, you and Amy text, started out with you saying, "How is it going?" She said, "Okay, at the water park with kids, Todd and I have talked. He knows the word is out there. Not sure what's going to happen next. Guess time will tell."
Correct.
And there continues to be some messages between you and her about her struggling with, should I stick it out, make the marriage work, should I leave, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And I think, and I'll summarize perhaps, that the content there in those messages is you were encouraging to do this on your own. Don't depend on Jerry or anybody else. Make your own decision.
Yes, I did. Can I make something clear?
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. It looks like on August 22nd, you were having some email exchanges or text message exchanges with Amy. She's talking about lunch. This would have been right after the state fair, right? August 22nd?
Correct.
Had Amy shared with you that she was disappointed because her and Jerry weren't able to hook up the way they wanted?
Yes, she did.
And at 9:06 on August 22nd, she says, after lunch, I'm going to meet Jerry. We had a little setback and we need to meet for some makeup sex.
Yes, she did.
And then the lunch plans continued.
Correct.
Next day, the 23rd, thanks for the chat. Missed that. If Todd happens to ask, I'll be calling him. We chatted till 1 o'clock. But I doubt he'll text you. Don't wait so long for our next lunch. Did it appear that she was using you as a cover for meeting Jerry?
That time it did, but I did not answer her that yes, I would cover for her. I just dropped that subject because I did not want her to feel like I would enable her in that situation. I was there to support her, not judge her, but not enable her.
And it looks like that same day, Todd was texting you, and he seemed very appreciative that she was having lunch with you, and she seemed to enjoy that and make her feel better.
Yep.
During the months of September and October, how much contact were you having with Amy?
It varied. During the fair, maybe not quite as much. Occasionally, pretty much it was either we would go to lunch or text once in a while on the phone.
Well, this was in September and October. This was after the medical conference, and rumors are flying, and Amy talked to Todd, Todd texted you, and so forth, right?
Correct.
All that was around August 28th, 9th, September 1, right in that condensed time, right?
It's just confusing because I was at two separate conferences real close together there.
Okay. But after that flurry of activity and exchanges, in September and October, you said your contacts with Amy kind of trailed off?
They weren't as frequent. We still communicated, we still went out to lunch, but it wasn't quite as often.
And if I understand some of the other testimony in the trial, this was a time period when Amy's uncle suffered a brain bleed.
Yes, he did.
And he was in very critical condition in the hospital, and then later transferred to a rehabilitation center in Des Moines called On With Life.
Yes.
Were you and Amy exchanging her concerns and her attention to that matter as that went on?
We did talk about her uncle, yes.
Do you know if that situation with her uncle led her to spend some time traveling back and forth to wherever he was being hospitalized?
I believe she stayed down there for several days with her uncle so her mom could have some relief from sitting with him. He was getting up and falling, so they needed a sitter with him to make sure he didn't get hurt.
During September and October, did you have much contact with Todd at all?
No.
Did you know enough about the farm life that this was quickly moving into harvest season for him?
Yes.
Did Amy talk about that?
No.
While this thing with her uncle was going on, his health concerns, was Amy sharing anything with you about her either continued or discontinued relationship with Jared?
We did not talk about that relationship quite as much then. I was trying to let her work it out in her own mind, what she was going to do. I didn't know what she was thinking she was going to do or choose. I know she was very concerned about her children.
Okay. not going to try to hunt for it right now, but I believe there was some message between you and her at some point where she talked about him being the super dad all of a sudden,
Yes.
and that there was some hope that, or comment by you perhaps, that maybe he could continue to be.
I did. Because she was trying to decide at that time if she would stay there because of the children or if she wanted to leave. And I said maybe Todd would, be the person she wanted or needed him to be.
You said that after the revelation of the first affair, that it seemed that, or there were indications anyway, that Todd was very controlling and suspicious or wanting to know where she was at and so forth.
Yes.
Was that continuing in last year, in July, August, September?
That continued the whole time after the affair. The first affair.
All the way from 5 years ago up and through?
Yes.
Did Amy ever say that she was limited in having money to buy things, shop?
Yes, she did.
Would you be surprised that she had an unlimited access to a Cabela's credit card?
I don't believe she went up to Cabela's very often.
Walmart?
I do believe that most of her and the children's clothing were Walmart and Goodwill.
Did you ever go to Goodwill with her?
A couple times.
Do you know, at least from the spring of 2018 until the time of her death, you said that this controlling, knowing where she was at all the time, that continued?
That did continue.
Do you know, can you explain how she would manage to have arranged to have sex with Jerry at least 100 times, according to him?
I did ask Amy where they were meeting because I didn't know, and she said that things would take place at another hog facility that was being built near them or at their own facility. She did say that at one point someone came to the facility, the newly built one, when she was there with Jerry. So from what I understood from her, they weren't meeting in hotels or houses or anything. They were meeting on the farms near her home.
But according to Jerry, they were meeting at hotels sometimes.
I did not know that from Amy.
So she wasn't being scrutinized 24/7 by Todd, I mean.
I would imagine it would be very hard with how hard he works. Yes.
You mentioned that Amy had texted and talked to you directly about Todd contacting Jerry's wife?
Yes.
Do you know that he'd contacted Jerry also?
Yes.
Did Amy share with you what her understanding of Jerry's response to Todd's inquiry was?
She said that Jerry denied the relationship and that they were just friends.
Okay. Did she have a comment about if she knew how Jerry's wife had responded?
She said that Jerry's wife responded that she felt like their marriage was solid. After the first conversation with Todd. After the second conversation, Amy said that she thought, Jerry's wife thought Todd was crazy and blocked him from Facebook.
Okay. Do you know for sure if Todd ever was on Facebook?
I don't know what Todd looked at.
Okay. I believe it was in mid-October, that's when Amy was very upset about her, I'll call it a run-in with Todd's mother.
Correct.
Did Amy tell you that it seemed like she appreciated that Todd had stuck up for her in that situation?
She did not feel that way as far as when she talked to me due to the text he had sent Trysten.
But Todd did not defend his mother the way she had treated her.
That I don't know.
Okay. So I guess just to summarize here that we had affair number one, you played an integral role in getting them into counseling and preserving the marriage. That would be a pretty fair assessment, right?
That's fair.
And then near the end of August, which you knew there was another affair already occurring, it appeared that the cat might be out of the bag, that rumors were out there that she was having another affair.
Correct.
You talked to her, she says, I'm telling Todd, and she did.
She told him about the rumors.
Right. Oh, right. I didn't want to misstate that. But Todd's reaction is, we've talked about it, just nothing really happened after that, right?
I'm not sure of the timeline, but I believe that's maybe when he talked to Jerry or Jerry's wife again. I'm not sure, I think.
But your contacts with Amy kind of lessened? You'd still have lunch or talks or text messages and so forth?
I distanced myself a little bit because I didn't want to be put in that position. I felt like I wanted Amy to talk to Todd about what was going on, and I didn't want to have to be, or didn't feel like it was my place to be the one to tell Todd what was happening, but I felt like I was very uncomfortable, maybe not lying to him, but that's why I always deflected his questions, because I didn't want to come out and Amy needed time to figure out what she was doing with her life.
Did Amy tell you that after the end of August, 1st of September, when this rumor issue arose, that this Jerry Frazier continued to be a farm management person for their hog operation?
Yes, he did.
So that business relationship between Jerry and the Mullis farm didn't change?
No, she was very concerned that his place of employment would find out and that he would be fired. So she was very concerned about that.
Well, it would be fair to assume, wouldn't it, that Todd didn't say, I don't want anything to do with you, or I'm suspicious of you, or I'm going to call your employer. None of that ever happened.
Objection.
I'll let her answer to her knowledge. Go ahead.
To my knowledge, he did not call Jerry's place of employment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
Terry, I just have one question.
Okay.
The defense attorney just asked you about those conversations that you initially had with Todd about the rumors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that initially he said that they talked about the rumors, and then Todd said it seemed like today was a good day.
Yes.
And then I'm going to put up here on the screen from Group Exhibit 66. There was some additional text messages after that where you're again talking about those rumors.
Yes.
And in fact, at the top, Todd writes, she told me Spencer told you Doug said that.
Yes.
And that's referring to the people that told you about those rumors.
Yes, correct.
Todd then says, so so are rumors bad? And you respond, yes, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes.
And then Todd responds, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Firehelm, anything else for her? No, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that concludes Terry's testimony. One could call her Little Miss Busybody. Let me know how the audio is for you guys. All right. So we just heard from Terry Stanner. She was a paramedic and a friend of Amy's. They met at Manchester Hospital. Iowa version of Peyton Place, yeah. Agreed, audio is good. Okay, thanks, Julie. So let's see, Amy was a nurse. That's the first time we found out that Amy was a nurse. And Amy and Terry would go out to lunch a lot. They would spend time at a houseboat. They were golf partners. So they left 5 or 6 years ago and deal with Tom. Left 5. I got to figure out my notes here. Need to be home and not in an environment with a lot of other people. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, so there was an affair 5 or 6 years ago, and Todd would tell her that you need to be home and not in an environment with a lot of other people. And then we found out that Terry knew Todd as well, and they had met together through Amy. And Terry said that the relationship was fine. She didn't have any problems with Todd. She was friendly with Todd. She said he worked all the time on the farm. He was very passionate. And she confided, or Todd confided with her about Amy's and Todd's relationship. So I put a poll. All right, we'll get to the poll, but was Terry a little bit of a busybody? Maybe, maybe not. She talked to Todd mostly through text. She saw Amy often, but also talked via text. Amy and Todd went to counseling and thought things would work out, and later on we found out that she was the one that precipitated that, didn't force them, but strongly encouraged. Todd didn't trust Amy. Amy would say, how long do I have to pay for this mistake? So that was the first affair. Amy was tired. Amy was tired and was extremely watched when she wasn't on the farm. She felt that she was timed. She was timed. Okay, so when she would go to work and back, she was timed as to how long she would go and come back. Todd asked, I noticed Amy has been acting strange again, spending alone time in the bedroom on her phone. So Todd noticed that Amy was acting very odd. And then Todd noticed there was 120 text messages to the same gentleman, who we now found out later was Jerry. Was Amy doing things like that before, meaning having an affair? That's what Todd is asking. Amy texts, I'm in trouble and we need to talk. And then she saw her in person a few days later. She said Amy started seeing her field guy and Todd was very suspicious. So Jerry was not a farmhand. He was, I think he delivered some sort of supplies, maybe chemicals or something. Oh, no, wait. Somebody put it in the chat. I forgot. Maybe Erica? Or somebody put that in the chat, what he did, and I forget what it was. I'm sorry. Todd had called Jerry's wife, and he confronted her. Amy says it was just sex, but as they progressed, it became more. Amy says, I'm not sure what to do. Maybe I should just stick it out. Unclear as to what to do. He was a field manager. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julie. So Jerry was a field manager. Now here's where I think it gets really speculative. Angry at first, dangerous situation, Todd is going to kill her. Bless you. It's okay. Todd says Amy was depressed and moody and crying. I don't know, okay. Maybe that wasn't quite the speculation, but there were some other speculations in there.
Kill her.
It says angry at first. dangerous situation. Todd is going to kill. So Amy felt, or Terry felt that Amy felt that Todd was going to kill her, that she was in a dangerous situation. Todd says that Amy was depressed and moody and crying. If she continued, she was going to lose Trysten because Todd and Trysten had become very close. Amy and Trysten used to be very close, but Trysten was drifting away, and Todd had become a super dad. Jenny says, bless you.
Thank you.
So likely a field manager with outside company, so the worry was him getting fired for sleeping with the wife of a client. Yeah, Kerrville, yes. Trysten stopped wearing underwear because Todd didn't. That's a very strange thing, but that's what they talked about. So then I had a poll, is Todd allowed to be upset and paranoid? 82% of you said yes, he is allowed to be upset and paranoid. 17% of you said no. And I think, Julie, you said upset, yes, paranoid, no. We continued on. Would tell Todd you need to talk to Amy and do social things together. So Terry was saying, Amy wants to go out. She's a people person. She wants to go out. And Todd was, he worked with the hogs on the farm. He was probably tired at the end of the day, especially if he's putting in 10, 12-hour days. Maybe he didn't want to do that, but they were drifting apart because you got to do things like that if you care about the person, right? So then Amy was being naughty again, and there were rumors in the community. So Terry told Amy it was out, and Amy was very, very, very upset that the rumor was out there. Amy kept focusing on who said it. So Terry kept saying Amy was very focused on who said it. And Terry would say, it doesn't matter who said it, Todd will hear it. So you need to confront Todd. Amy says, I'm going to tell Todd it's just a rumor, and Terry says that take Randy with you to tell Todd the truth because she thought taking Randy with her would make her safe. I don't know. Never came out and said she was fearful of Todd, was more afraid of what was going on with Todd and Trysten. So Amy just seems like, Amy never said she was afraid for her life or anything like that. It just seems like Terry is adding so much to this narrative. I'm not really digging what she's saying. But she was getting a vibe, I guess, but she's saying Amy was afraid, but there's never anything in a text message saying, Terry, I'm afraid for my life. Terry encouraged Todd to go to the fair, the state fair, because it was safer for her and things wouldn't escalate. We found out later that kind of fell through. Last text from Todd, maybe everybody's lying to me about this. That was the last text that Terry got from Todd. Then Amy went to go help her mom with her uncle, which was her mom's brother, and Todd's mother was saying, everybody in the neighborhood is calling you crazy, crazy Amy, crazy Amy. And she got very, very upset. Got very upset about that. She was tearful and said, if I ever come up missing, have them look in our new timber. So that's an interesting statement. Yeah, except when Amy said what to do if she went missing. Yep, just read that. That's an interesting statement. I guess that would make me concerned about my friend. So was going to go talk to Todd after that. So they talked to Todd about, Terry talked to Todd about divorcing Amy. And then this is when they talk about Terry's procedure, her ablation to help with her menstruation. So then Terry talked about getting a new phone, and she deleted messages when she was angry. That was kind of weird, but not quite sure what that was. Then she got a message about they weren't being very intimate for a while, and that Amy was going to talk to Todd in a marriage. It seemed like they wanted to work this out, right? And that Amy didn't want Jerry to get fired because that wouldn't be fair to him. And we found out that Todd had called Jerry's wife and talked to her about the affair. And the wife felt that the marriage was fine, meaning Jerry and her marriage was fine. Todd called again and asked the same thing of Jerry's wife, and she said, yeah, no, everything's fine. And then we heard about make-up sex between Jerry and Amy, that they had a falling out or there was something happened, so she was, I guess, happy and or excited about that. So Amy wanted Terry to tell Todd a lie. She was going to go meet with Jerry, and she wanted Terry to tell a lie. I mean, this is just so convoluted, right? Terry felt that Jerry was a player. She said the mother-in-law is the matriarch and controlling, and it's cruel that they should tie Amy's uncle to the bed. Amy texts she should leave because she would be better off without her. And then they talked about, that Amy's acting weird, and if the rumors got out. Terry says Amy needs counseling for her own sake. So again, it seems like Terry might be a little meddling, but she's just trying to help out her best friend or really good friend. And then she knows Todd, and she was pretty cool with him. So then I asked, what would you do if you were Terry? Or I'm sorry, who would you help if you were Terry? 31% of you said Amy, 0% said Todd, 69% of you said stay out of it. I think that's what I said too. It is like a soap opera, Dreama. I agree. Then Cross came up, and there wasn't too much exciting about it other than we found out that Amy had unlimited access to a clothing store. She didn't know that. She thought that Amy and the kids only shopped at Walmart and Goodwill for clothes. She said Amy was not meeting, she didn't know that Amy was meeting at Jerry at hotels. She just thought it was just on the farms. So turns out she didn't know everything. She said she was uncomfortable lying to Todd and tried to deflect his questions. Yeah, so then she tried to be like, I'm not really a liar. And Todd did not call Jerry's place of employment to get him fired. So, all right. All right, I cannot stand gossip either. Okay, guys, we are going to move on to a very, very crucial moment. This is the pathologist. This is the forensic pathologist. So here's where it gets pretty fun. So we're going to find out where and how those wounds, the angle of them. I'm really looking forward to this. Sorry for the dog.
Say hello to Rottweiler.
Say hello to Rottweiler. Okay. All right, this will be cool because this is the pathologist. Okay, let's get you back into the courtroom.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Kelly, Kelly, Cruz, Kruse.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Cruz, what is your present title?
I am a forensic pathologist at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
And Dr. Cruz, where did you grow up?
I grew up in San Diego, California.
And you indicated what your title is. Would that be fair to say that you're a doctor?
Yes.
And what are you a doctor of?
I'm a doctor of forensic pathology.
And where did you go to school?
I went to undergraduate school at Tulane University. It's in New Orleans, and I majored in anthropology. And I went to medical school at St. George's University. It's in Grenada, West Indies.
And did you complete a fellowship or residency?
I did. I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at St. Barnabas Medical Center, which is in Livingston, New Jersey. And I did a forensic pathology fellowship afterward at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Maryland, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So who are you currently employed by?
By the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner.
And where is your office located?
It's located in Ankeny, Iowa.
And what is your actual specialty?
My actual specialty is forensic pathology, which is a subspecialty of pathology.
What is pathology?
Pathology is a subset of medicine where we study injury and disease processes and how those affect the human body.
And how long have you been employed where you're currently employed?
I've been at the State Medical Examiner since July 2018.
And you are licensed to practice medicine?
Correct.
And in what states are you licensed?
In Iowa.
And are you a board certified forensic pathologist?
I am. I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
I know you told us what pathology is. What's forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology specifically looks at autopsies and how we use autopsies to determine cause and manner of death.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
As of today, I performed 606 autopsies.
Doctor, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination of a deceased individual where we collect evidence, identify any injury, as well as disease processes that could lead to someone's death. And from that, we determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Cruz be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Mr. Firehelm?
No, Judge.
Okay, granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Cruz, do you, we're going to talk about an autopsy that you performed on Amy Mullis. And did you generate a report regarding that autopsy?
I did.
And would that report aid you in your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Cruz be allowed to refer to her report if she need to.
That's fine, you can.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Cruz, you explained to us what an autopsy is, and can you explain to us how you actually perform an autopsy?
Sure. So first, the deceased person is brought into our office, and we weigh them and we measure them in length. Then they're brought into the autopsy suite, and we look and see if they have any clothing. If they do have clothing, we document that clothing, we take photographs, and then we remove the clothing. Once the clothing's removed, we look for any evidence of medical therapy. If they had any tubes in their mouth or any vascular catheters, we document those, and then we remove those as well. Once all the extra things that are on the body have been removed, then we start our external examination. Here we go top to bottom, and we're looking for any sort of defining characteristics such as hair color, hair length, eye color. We look to see if the person has any tattoos, if they've had any surgeries and have subsequent scars. Then we also look for any evidence of injury. We document the injury, we take photographs. Once we're done with that external examination, we start our internal examination. So we perform a surgical Y-shaped incision, which is in the chest and the abdomen, and we reflect back the skin. That way we can look at the internal organs. Once we can see all the internal organs, we take each organ out one by one, we weigh each organ, and then we look for any evidence of injury or disease in those organs themselves. We also remove the brain as well. During the internal examination, we'll usually take fluids. We'll take blood, we'll take vitreous fluid from the eye, we'll take urine if it's available, and we'll send that for toxicology testing.
Dr. Cruz, did you perform an autopsy on Amy Mullis?
I did.
And was that performed on November 12th, 2018?
It was.
Where was it performed?
It was performed at the Iowa office of the State Medical Examiner in Ankeny, Iowa.
Who was present for the autopsy that you performed?
So Travis Seemasath with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office was present at the autopsy, as well as 4 autopsy technicians who are employed by our office to assist with the autopsy process.
And how, if you can just briefly describe, how is the body brought to your facility for that autopsy?
So for each county, we service most of the counties in Iowa. Each county uses a different method to transport the body to our office. Some use funeral homes, some use ambulances. I'm not sure exactly in this case which one was used.
But it would have been one of those ways.
Exactly.
And prior to performing this autopsy, what information did you have?
So when an autopsy is called into our office, we'll get a little snippet of what kind of case it is. So I did know that a woman was coming in who had reportedly been impaled with a corn rake. Also, prior to the examination, I talked to Dr. Thompson. He is a county medical examiner. Each county has their own medical examiner who's not a forensic pathologist like me. They can be an emergency medicine physician or a family practice physician. They'll triage cases and do examinations for us out in the field and aid us with our process. So I spoke to Dr. Thompson, and he also informed me there was a woman who had been impaled with a rake, and he expressed concern for the amount of injuries. She showed both blunt force injuries as well as 6 puncture wounds on her back when the corn rake had 4 tines in it.
Now, you a moment ago briefly described what you do when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So what part of that, the exam for the autopsy would you have performed first?
So first, Ms. Mullis was brought in. We weighed and we measured her. She was not wearing clothing. Her clothing was brought separately, so we didn't have to remove any. We did look at the clothing that she came with. They were all in separate bags. We photographed and documented them. She had a number of emergency therapy devices on her. Those were all documented and removed. I did a thorough external examination as well as a thorough internal examination. We also did toxicology testing on her. She did not have urine, so we just did it on blood and the vitreous fluid from the eyes.
And when you say an external examination, I know you indicated earlier that's a pretty much top to bottom observation.
Correct.
At some point, do you also take photographs?
We do. We take photographs of anything we deem important. We'll take photographs of tattoos, of scars, and obviously any injury that we saw. And there were a number of injuries on Ms. Mullis that we took photographs of.
And Doctor, you did in fact take photographs, as you just indicated, of Ms. Mullis.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, did you have the opportunity to look through those pictures?
I did.
And are those the pictures that were taken of Amy Mullis's body on November 12th, 2018?
They were of her body and some evidence as well.
And are they a true and accurate representation of her body as well as the other items that you described?
Yes.
And before we get to the pictures, when you first performed the exam, did you also photograph the clothing?
Yes, we did.
And you indicated other evidence. Was there anything else you also photographed?
The corn rake in question was also photographed.
And you indicated what you do with the external exam. What do you do with the internal exam, specifically in this case?
So specifically in this case, since she had a number of external injuries, I wanted to look closely and see if any of those injuries corresponded to injuries in the internal organs as well. The injuries were confined, the penetrating injuries were confined to the chest region, so I did identify some injury to the lungs as well as blood in the chest cavities.
Doctor, I believe you indicated at some point in an autopsy you generally look if there's any natural diseases.
Correct.
In this case, were you able to determine if there was any natural diseases?
In Ms. Mullis's liver, she had a small cyst, just a little opening with some fluid in it. It was benign.
Did you believe that to be fatal in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibits 49 through 65 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
49 through 65 are admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish them to the jury.
I will let you publish. Again, anyone who doesn't want to see these pictures or doesn't think they can see them, I'll give you a minute to either leave the courtroom or stand on this side of the courtroom. Counsel, you can go ahead and publish.
Dr. Cruz, you talked about some of Amy's injuries that you photographed. I'm going to show you, Exhibit 49. Is this a photograph of Amy Mullis from that day?
Yes, it is.
And I see here there's what appears to be a ruler on her chest.
Yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
So we use a ruler for scale, and we also have a number on the ruler. That's our internal office number for organizational purposes, showing the year and what number autopsy she was that year.
And that's what's listed on that ruler?
Correct.
Now, can you describe what you see in this picture, please?
So on each of our decedents, we take a photograph. We call it an identification photograph. We want just a photograph of the face. So this shows Miss Mullis's face. Coming out of the corner of her mouth is a breathing tube that was inserted during emergency therapy. And you can also see some injuries on her face as well.
And in this photograph, where do you see injuries on her face?
So she has a small abrasion or a scrape in the middle of her upper lip. And she also has a much larger abrasion or a scrape on her left side of her chin with a surrounding contusion or a bruise.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 50. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a closer-up photograph of the lower half of Miss Mullis's face on the left side, again showing that abrasion or the scrape in the upper lip and that abrasion and contusion on the left side of the jaw.
Now, we heard yesterday from Dr. Thompson, but just so that everybody's clear, what's an abrasion?
So an abrasion is a scraping of the skin that removes the top part of the skin, and it's indicative of blunt force injury. So you have an object that has a blunt surface to it, and the impact from that scrapes off that top layer of skin.
And what is a contusion?
Contusion is also a bruise, which also comes from a blunt object, and that indicates there's bleeding in the surrounding skin. So from that impact, the blood vessels burst and cause that bleeding.
Now, I believe you indicated blunt force injury or blunt force trauma. Mm-hmm. What is that?
So blunt force trauma comes from a blunt object, and it indicates crushing or tearing or scraping of the skin from the impact of that object.
Now, Doctor, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 51. What's in this photograph?
So this is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's ear. On the top part of the ear, there's an abrasion or a scrape, and also on the earlobe and in front of the ear, we see more contusions or bruises. She also had contusions and bruises behind the ear as well.
Were you able to get a photograph of the contusions and abrasions and behind this ear?
No, we did not have a photograph behind the ear.
And you indicated were those abrasions or contusions behind?
There were contusions behind the ear. She had earrings in when she came to our office, so it's reasonable to consider that her earrings hitting her ear or the back of her head could have caused that bruising.
Now I'll show you State's Exhibit number 52. What is this a photograph of?
This is a more far away photograph of the top half of Miss Mullis after she was cleaned and her medical therapy was removed. We can again see that blunt force injury on the face, on the lips, on the side of the jaw, and now we can see more injury on her upper chest and the top of her right breast. There's a bit of asymmetry to her breast because her right breast implant was injured during one of the penetrating wounds that entered her back.
Now I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Is this a close-up of her chest area?
Correct. This is a close-up of the chest, highlighting those abrasions and those contusions or bruises that were on her chest and the top part of her breast.
And can you tell what these injuries are on her chest or where they came from?
So they again indicate some sort of blunt force injury. It could be during some sort of struggle, really any sort of impact with a blunt object. I can't say with absolute certainty where they came from, but they are a blunt force injury.
Doctor, I'll show you State's Exhibit number 54. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's right hand. She has a number of abrasions or scrapes and contusions and bruises on the back part of her hand and in the knuckle region.
And State's Exhibit number 55.
This is a close-up photograph of her left hand. She has a few more of these abrasions or scrapes and also some bruising as well on the back side of her hand in the knuckle region. These could potentially reflect defensive type wounds from a struggle.
And State's Exhibit number 56. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of Miss Mullis's right knee. She again has more abrasions and contusions on the right knee.
State's Exhibit number 57.
This is her left knee. She has some larger abrasions or scrapes and multiple contusions as well.
Now, Doctor, we've talked about blunt force trauma. Can you explain what sharp force injuries or trauma is?
So in contrast to blunt force, we have a blunt object essentially hitting the skin. Sharp force penetrates the skin and cuts and divides as it moves through your body. You tend to have longer sort of injuries with a sharp force injury. We classically think of knives and things like that, but really anything that would be able to cut and divide the skin would be considered a sharp object.
Now, throughout your exam, did you then perform an examination of Amy's back?
I did.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 58. What is this a photograph of?
So this is a photograph mostly of the right side of her back and the right side of her chest. Her right arm is in that top right portion of the picture. And here we see multiple sharp force injuries that I identified at autopsy.
And here, Dr. Cruz, how many sharp force injuries do you see?
We see a total of 6, which was the number that I identified at autopsy.
And just so we're clear, there's one right underneath, or on the picture on the right side, a small one underneath that appears to be arm.
Yeah, under the armpit area, she had one.
Doctor, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 59. What is this a photograph of?
So this is another photograph of the right side of her chest. Now in the rightmost portion of the picture, that's a chest tube. An incision was created and a tube was inserted during emergency therapy, and that's to get any sort of blood out that's potentially in her chest cavity. So that's not considered a wound. But right to the left of it is a sharp force injury.
And then would it be fair to say that the one you just described, you go to the left of that and you see a second one?
I do. So the first one on the right entered the chest cavity through the ribs, and that's the one that also exited the chest cavity on the anterior surface and punctured the right breast and breast implant. Then if you go more to the left, above the M on the ruler is a second sharp force injury. In my report, just for the purpose of organization, I made them A, B, C, and D. So the first one on the very right, I called puncture wound A. Then on the left, more left to it, is puncture wound B. So puncture wound B entered the soft tissue and the chest cavity in between the ribs as well. This one hit the right lung in 2 different spots. Then it continued on and went through the diaphragm, which is a bit of muscle that separates your chest cavity and your abdominal cavity. It went through the diaphragm and it also punctured the liver as well.
Now, if you keep going, do you see then what you classified as puncture wound C?
I do. So keep going left from puncture wound B is C. They're 2 almost on top of each other. C is on the top and D is on the bottom.
Would it be fair to say that according to the picture, C is a little bit smaller than D?
Yes, it does look smaller.
And what observations did you make in your exam of puncture wound C?
So puncture wound C injured the soft tissue of the back of the chest, the skin, the subcutaneous tissue or the tissue right under the skin, and the muscle of the back, but it did not enter the chest cavity.
And if you then go right underneath and a little bit to the left of that, would that be puncture wound D?
Yeah, right below it. So you have that long kind of reddish line, that's an abrasion or a scrape. At the bottom of that is puncture wound D. And like puncture wound C, puncture wound D only injured soft tissue. It did not enter the chest cavity.
Would it be fair to say that D then would be the lowest puncture wound that we see at this time?
Correct.
And puncture wound E, which one would you describe that being?
So at the very top part of the picture, you see the little bottom part of the last puncture wound, not counting that one, the leftmost puncture wound next to C is puncture wound E. So puncture wound E did enter the chest cavity, but instead of the right side of the chest, it entered the left side of the chest. It went through the soft tissue in between 2 ribs on the left side of the chest. And it was actually so close to the spine region that it injured part of a vertebral body or that bone that makes up the spine, and injured a part of that as well before it entered the left side of the chest.
Now, doctor, all the way up of Exhibit 59 on the top, near the right side, do you see the edge of what you describe as puncture wound F?
Yeah, F actually was the only one that was on the left side of the back, and F injured the skin, the soft tissue, and it entered the left chest cavity as well. Neither of the ones that entered the left chest cavity injured organs in that cavity, but they did enter the cavity.
Now, doctor, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 60. Is this a different view of the puncture wounds?
This one is. You can't see the one that's underneath her armpit very well, but you can see better the one on the left side of the chest that entered the left chest cavity. cavity. So you see 5 of the total 6 puncture wounds.
So in this photograph, we don't see what you classified as puncture wound A that's near that chest tube underneath her right arm.
Exactly.
But you do see the other 5.
Correct.
Now, doctor, based on your exam, could you tell which puncture wound was fatal?
So technically, any sort of penetrating wound, like a puncture wound, can be fatal. You can get an infection that can lead to your death that way. In terms of a more rapidly fatal wound, the 4 puncture wounds that entered her chest cavity were more likely to contribute to her death. So that would be A, B, E, and F.
Now, based on your exam, could you tell the direction of the wound paths?
So there were 2 different directions of the 6 puncture wounds. The rightmost wounds, A, B, C, and D, so the one by her chest tube underneath her armpit, the one left to it, and then the 2 that are on top of each other. Those all go from back to front. So when we describe direction, we do it in terms of anatomic position. So anatomic position is with the person standing straight, looking straight forward with their feet forward. And then their hands are down by their side with their palms out, and so your thumbs are facing out. So with Miss Mullis in that position, those 4 wounds went back to front, right to left, and downward. The leftmost, E and F, also went back to front, right to left, but they went upward.
And what do those different directions indicate to you?
To me, they indicate that she would have to be impaled with the rake at least twice.
And when you say at least twice, can you tell exactly how many times she was struck?
I cannot. You could consider 1 penetrating wound for each of these injuries, but at least twice, possibly 3 times.
And why do you say possibly 3 times?
So puncture wound D, the bottommost puncture wound, if you think about the corn rake with the tines in succession, the one under her armpit, B and C, tend to be in a line, and those all go in the same direction. That bottommost puncture wound also goes in that direction, but to consider that within the line of the tines on the corn rake is difficult. So to me, it possibly represents a 3rd strike.
So, doctor, based on your exam, can you say that Amy Mullis's body was struck at least 2 times with the corn rake?
Correct.
Possibly 3?
Yes.
Doctor, what caused Amy Mullis's death?
So, thinking about the puncture wounds that entered the chest cavity, when something penetrates your chest and you remove that object, you create a hole that allows air to go into your chest cavity. When it also penetrates the chest cavity and it goes through the soft tissue between your ribs, it injures blood vessels that are there. So she had the injured blood vessels in addition to her injured right lung, and that's leaking blood into her chest cavities. So the combination of the air and the blood put pressure on your heart and your lungs, which are in your chest cavities, and that pressure really restricts the function of your heart and your lungs, which are very important organs in your body. So without any sort of therapy to relieve that pressure, death will occur.
Now, doctor, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 61. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the corn rake that was brought to the autopsy suite, and there was a photograph we took of it.
Now, when you were talking about your exam and your belief that Amy was struck 2 or 3 times, you talked about the line, you indicated the line that the puncture wounds were in.
Exactly.
And did you base that exam on this corn rake that you were able to observe?
I did.
And did you take this photograph?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 62. Is this just another angle of the corn rake?
It is. It's an angle emphasizing the curvature of the tines on the rake.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit number 63. I know you indicated that Amy's clothing was brought with her. Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
You also took photographs of that?
We did. And so this was a sweatshirt that was brought in a separate bag, which we removed and documented and photographed.
State's Exhibit number 64. What is this, a photograph of?
This is of a gray long sleeve shirt that Ms. Mullis was reportedly wearing at the time she was injured, so we photographed this as well.
And State's Exhibit number 65. What is this a photograph of?
This is a pink jacket that Ms. Mullis was also reportedly wearing at that time. All of these the clothing items, the shirt, the sweatshirt, and the jacket all showed blood staining, which you can see on the left side of the picture, and they also had defects that corresponded to the wounds on her body.
No, Doctor, earlier when you were talking about in your testimony, I believe that you indicated that one of the purposes of an autopsy is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what cause of death is?
So cause of death, it's an injury or it's a disease process that ultimately leads to someone's death. It can be an immediate death or it can be more delayed, but it starts a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. And there are numerous possibilities for cause of death.
And in this case, were you able to determine Amy Mullis's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was it?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
And you also indicated that your part of your exam is to determine the manner of death.
Correct.
And can you explain what that is, manner of death?
So we have less options with manner of death. We actually have 5. One is natural. So that's any sort of death that results from a natural disease process. And it's really just describing the circumstances surrounding someone's death. We also have suicide, which means death at the hands of oneself. We have homicide, which is death at the hands of another. Accident, death due to unforeseen events. You can classically think of a car crash. And then undetermined. And that's when we've considered all options. We performed a thorough examination, toxicology investigation, and we can't confidently say that their manner of death is one of the other 4, then we say it's undetermined.
And in this case, what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Now, Dr. Cruz, could you tell from your exam when Amy's blunt force injuries, the ones on her face, her arms, her knees, and her chest area, not the fatal ones on her back, when those would have been, when those injuries, when Amy would have sustained them?
They hurt. So looking at blunt force injuries when we're trying to determine timing, we look to see if there's any sort of hemorrhage, which is bleeding around those injuries. You're going to have hemorrhage or bleeding when your heart is still pumping, and these all had associated hemorrhage. So I can say it either happened before her death or around the time that she was dying.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Doctor, yesterday when Dr. Thompson was testifying, he described the process in which, when the decision has been made to send the body to the state medical examiner's office, what protocol they go through.
Yes.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
One of the things I recall him mentioning is that her hands were bagged. Is that how she arrived at your office?
She did.
Okay. And what is the purpose of bagging hands?
So we classically bag hands if we want to maintain any sort of evidence that we think we might need. In cases where we think this might be a homicide or we think having fingernails might be important later on, we suggest bagging the hands. And this contains any DNA or evidence during that transport process that could potentially be lost when they're in a body bag, especially if there's a lot of blood involved.
When Ms. Mullis's body arrived at your office and you began your preparations, did anything that you did there include the examination or the attempt to retrieve evidence or see if any evidence may have existed in her hands, fingernails, that type of thing?
May I refer to my...
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. So in terms of, I didn't do a gross examination of her nails to see if anything was underneath them, but we did do fingernail clippings, where we take the top portion of the fingernails with the fingernail clipper, and we put the fingernails and the clipper in a sealed evidence bag.
And why is that done?
So if we have concerns of a struggle and we think DNA might have come underneath the victim's fingernails from a struggle, taking fingernails might be useful in the investigative process.
Do you know whether or not the fingernails taken from Ms. Mullis were examined?
I do not.
Did anyone request you or anyone else in your office to do so?
I do not know.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're
Thank
free to
you.
go. And please, do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Deb Sherbring. Deborah, Debra, Scherbring.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Sherbring, where do you currently live?
Manchester, Iowa.
And how old are you?
62.
And which area did you grow up in?
Earlville.
Are you married?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
4.
What's your current occupation?
I'm a environmental service manager at the Manchester Hospital.
How long have you been employed there?
Next year will be 30 years.
Now, Ms. Sherbring, did you know Amy Mullis?
To see her.
And how was it that you knew Amy?
Amy worked in ER, and I would go in there and clean.
And when you say in the ER, was she worked in the emergency room?
She worked in the emergency room as a nurse.
At Regional Medical in Manchester?
Correct.
The same place you've been at for 30 years?
Correct.
Do you know when Amy started working there?
I do not know the dates.
Did you have a friendship outside of work, or were you social with Amy?
No, I was not. I see her in the hallways and small talk, nice weather, whatever.
And at some point, did Amy stop working at Regional Medical Center?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was?
I do not.
After Amy stopped working there, did you maintain a relationship or friendship with her?
I did not.
Did you see her at all in that time?
I would say in the last 5 years, I might have seen her once or twice at my granddaughter's ball games.
Now, Ms. Sherbring, sometime at the end of August 2018, do you remember a phone call that you had with Amy?
Yes, I do.
Where were you at when you had that phone call?
I got off work that day, probably around 2 or 2:30. I was home and on my front porch working with flowers, and I received a phone call.
Do you remember what time of day it was?
I'd say 3:30, 4 o'clock in that area.
And was anybody else present with you when you received that phone call?
No, I was home alone.
Did you have Amy's number in your phone?
I do not.
What happened? Did you answer the phone call, or did you get on the phone?
I received a phone call, and I was outside and I couldn't really see who called. I did not have my glasses on. So when I picked up the phone, Amy was on the line.
Did you recognize Amy's voice?
She was crying hard and screaming and all frustrated, and I did not know for sure if it was one of my kids. And so I asked who this was, and she said Amy Mullis.
Did you continue to talk with her?
Yes.
What would you describe her demeanor as when you were on the phone with her?
She was just very upset.
What was Amy saying?
She asked me if I hear any rumors about her, and I said no, I did not. And being as I worked at the hospital, she was crying that she said she was having an affair, and it wasn't true. And if I heard any rumors at the hospital, please stop them. I did ask if I was saying something, and she said no, but being as you work there, I think you hear things, and please stop them for.
Do you know why Amy called you?
I do not know. I thought because, I don't know, I think she was looking for someone that worked at the hospital.
Because prior to that, had you heard any rumors that Amy was having an affair?
I did not.
During that conversation, did Amy say anything additionally to you?
Yes, Amy was all upset, and she was crying that if her husband Todd would find out, that he would kill her. And she kept screaming that several times. And then she said, if Trysten, you do not know what it's like to have Trysten tell you if Dad finds out you're going to have an affair, he'll kill you. And then I did not know who Trysten was.
Did you say anything to Amy at that point?
I asked who Trysten was, and she said my son. And so...
Did you know who Todd was?
I knew who Todd was.
How did you know who Todd was?
Todd went to school. He's a little older than, I think, my son. So they went to the same high school.
While Amy was saying these things to you, did she remain hysterical and upset?
Yes. Sometimes I could not understand what she was saying.
No, I know that you indicated that you asked her what her name was, and she said it was Amy Mullis.
Correct.
And while you continued your conversation with her, did you recognize her voice?
Yes.
Be sure. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Ma'am, how many years do you work at the hospital?
Next year will be 30.
So you were working there during the years that Amy worked there?
Correct.
We understand from other testimony that she left her employment there approximately 5 years ago. Does that sound about right?
I would not know. There's 400 employees, and I don't know when they come and go.
All right. You indicated that when she called you all upset about this, that you had not heard any rumors about her.
I did not.
Okay. And you don't know why you were picked out to be called by Amy?
I do not. The only thing I can think of is because I worked there, and she repeated many times, if I hear anything at the hospital, please stop it. And so I figured she was just looking for someone that worked where she used to work.
And you don't know why she was concerned about these rumors?
I do not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can
Thank you.
step down. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Angie Burr, ANGIEBURR.
Make sure you speak into that microphone so we can hear you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Ma'am, how old are you?
35.
And what area do you currently live in?
Earlville.
What area did you grow up in?
Earlville.
What is your current occupation?
A lab tech.
Where do you work at?
Manchester Family Vision Center.
And are you married?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
3.
And how old are they?
11, 7, and 6.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
Our daughters are friends.
When you say your daughter?
Friends, and then was friends with her at the time.
Amy's daughter, Taylor?
Yes.
Was friends with your daughter?
Yes.
What's your daughter's name?
Malia.
And how old is Malia?
11.
Did you and Amy become friends?
Yes.
And how long have you and Amy been friendly or friends for?
5 years.
Did you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Todd?
I just knew of him. We went to school at Macocata Valley.
When you say you were friends with Amy, what kind of things would you do together?
We went to movies. We went out to eat. We went to the pool together. We went to each other's houses.
How would you communicate when you would talk with Amy?
Usually on the phone.
Did you ever hang out with Todd Mullis?
With Amy.
And in what capacity?
When we would go to, I think 2 times we went out to eat, and then a couple of times we went to there on the hill. They had bonfires.
Do you remember a day in the fall or near the fall of 2018 when Amy sent you a text message?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that actually was?
No, I do not.
Do you remember, what do you remember about it?
It was like football season for high schoolers.
And do you recall, was school in session or was it summer break?
School was in session.
And I know you indicated that you would usually talk to Amy. Sometimes you text as well.
Yes.
And you received a text message from Amy that day?
Yes.
And what did it say?
Call me.
What did you do then?
I called her.
And when you called Amy, what did you observe?
She was upset. I could barely understand her, and she was crying because Trysten did not want to get on the bus that morning because he didn't know if she was going to be there when he got off the bus, and said that Todd found out about an affair and she wanted the rumors to stop.
Now, during this conversation, what was Amy doing?
I have no idea where she was at.
I'm sorry, what were you observing of her behavior?
She was upset and hysterical, and I just couldn't hear. All I could hear was she said something about Trysten not wanting to get on the bus and something about an affair, and she wanted it to stop. And
did you know what rumors what Amy was talking about?
No.
Did she say anything to you at that time about having an affair?
Just that the rumors needed to stop.
And did she refer to what the rumors were?
An affair.
Now, Ms. Burr, another time, were you at a bar with Amy where you had a conversation with her?
Yes.
And do you recall when that conversation took place?
When?
Yes.
It would have been winter time on a Friday night.
So would it be, Amy's death was in November 2018, correct?
Yes.
Would it have been the winter before that?
Yes.
And do you recall what month it would have been?
It was probably one of the first Fridays in January.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
Did Amy relay any information to you about her relationship with Todd?
Just that she could never leave him because she didn't want to leave the kids.
And did she tell you if she was happy or unhappy?
She said she was not happy, but she wasn't going to leave him because she didn't want to leave the kids.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Excuse me, Ms. Burr, how did you and Amy become friends? I mean, how did you cross paths?
Our daughters became friends.
Okay. And about how far back would you say it went when it became just your daughters being friends to where you and Amy as parents became friends?
2 years.
Okay. And at least on a couple of occasions that involved you and your spouse and Amy and Todd going out to dinner?
Yes.
And your family being invited to some ground where they'd have bonfires?
Yes.
That was on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And you're saying that this call that you got from Amy where she was frantic, upset and talking about rumors, your best measuring stick is that it was school was in session and probably football season?
Yes.
But you're telling the jury today you had no idea what she was talking about?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
All right, so we just heard from the forensic pathologist, Kelly Cruz, Deborah Sherbring, who worked at the hospital but was not friends, and then a friend of Amy's, Angie Burr. So let's see if we can bring up I'm going to see if I can do this. Let's see. Hold on a sec, guys. All right, let's check this out. All right. So while we go through this, there are Amy's wounds and the corn rake with the tines. Sorry, I couldn't get a shot without the closed captioning going over it. All right, so let's go through the forensic pathologist's testimony. Kelly Cruz. She has performed over 606 autopsies. She's board certified, so she's very well qualified. All right, so I'm looking at these tines, and the one that's highest up, like that could be like that, and it could be like that. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm only seeing 5 wounds, but I guess there was a 6th one in there somewhere. But those 3 look really big, and then those 2 don't look so big. Those 2 small ones do not match. See the one in the middle, the big one in the middle, and then there's 2 small ones next to it, right to the right of it? I don't know. This is really weird. By her armpit, yeah. Do you guys think that this fork did this? And then the other thing is, you're not going to, it's curved, right? So you're not going to, you can't stab somebody like that. You got to hack at them. Right? So you got to hack at her. You're not going to thrust and poke. You got to hack. All right, let's go through. Okay, so 6 puncture wounds when the fork only has 4 tines. So Dr. Thompson expressed concern about bruising on the front, and then there were 6 puncture wounds, and I guess she had one by her armpit. Yep. Let me see if I can bring that one up. All right, hold on a sec. Just give me a second, guys. I've got another angle. Let's see if I can bring that one up. Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay. All right. So she had one under her armpit going across, then she's got one up, and then she's got those 2 small ones. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So how do you think this happened? You think it was the corn rake? Man, they are far apart. I think they said the tines were about 1.5 inches apart. Those look way more wider apart than 1.5 inches. Those look like they're more like 4 inches, 3 or 4 inches. Now the 2 in the middle that are going vertical, those look like they could be from there. Yeah, man, this, I don't know. The picture in the middle does not look like the rusted tines compared to the right picture. So Julie's saying, now let's pull that one up, Julie. Oh, sorry, Julie. Here, let me turn this off. The picture in the middle does not look like the rusted tines compared to the right picture. I know, right? But that's the rake in question. That's what they entered into evidence. Right? Yeah, clearly she was hit more than once, I think, right? Because their picture in the middle is different for me. Yeah. She was moving when it happened. The tines are about a hand width apart. Well, when they measured it, I didn't get a picture of that, but they put up a tape measure, and I'm pretty sure those tines went 5, 4, 3. So it was only like 1.5 inches to 2 inches between those tines, which is pretty tiny, right? Unless I was reading it wrong. I'm still trying to, okay, Curvy, I'm going to take you down here. Sorry, man. I'm going to put this back up. I'm trying to figure out. All right, let's continue on. You guys keep looking at that. I'm going to continue on with the ME. Okay, so injury to her chest and lungs. There was blood in her chest cavity. And then they talked about injuries on her face. And I'm not going to pull those up because I want to focus on this. But she had a scrape on her upper lip and a larger abrasion on her left chin, which indicated blunt force trauma. That could have been when she fell. She could have gotten punched. She could have fallen. When she's getting attacked, she could have fallen. That could have been from that. There was a scrape around her ears. And this was all on her left side. So I think, to me, she either got punched, which I don't think so, because a punch isn't going to leave a scrape. I think she probably fell. Maybe she got hit and she fell on, and scraped herself. That would make sense, right? Oh, hold on. I got to shut this curtain. Okay. All right. So her upper chest, there were contusions, and her breast implant was injured. So it was on her right breast, and there was blunt force injury on her chest. Then they show a photo of her right hand, had a number of bruises and scrapes on her backside. So that could have been possibly defensive. But those bruises were not that big. They were pretty small, I thought. And then the photo of her right knee, that was pretty big, I thought. She fell on her right knee. So she falls and she scrapes her left side of her face, but she hits her right knee maybe. So puncture wound B made it to the right lung and then diaphragm and then liver. I'm not sure which one was B, but that was the main. Where would your liver be? Be the lowest one down? I mean, isn't your liver, I guess your liver is like over here. So maybe that's the one under her armpit. That's the one that hit, that's the one that got her, that punctured her diaphragm and then her liver. Then there's one that went between her two ribs and injured her spine. Okay, we can see that pretty easily. 4 wounds that entered her chest cavity, A, B, E, and F. Those were fatal. So those are the big ones, right? I think those are. That screwdriver is an option for the smaller one. That's interesting. Valeria. Right, a screwdriver. Huh. Yeesh. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was Todd and Trysten. Never thought about that. Maybe they both were like, upset at Amy, so they both got her. Huh. Okay, now let's go. Okay, so here's what I've been waiting for the entire time. A, B, C, and D were back to front, which meant they went from her back in to her front, right to left, and then downward. All right, so that makes sense. That means somebody was taller than her or the weapon was above her, right? Now here's where it gets me confused. Then E and F were back to front, right to left, but they were upward. How do you make something that's curved, right, go upward? How do you make that? So if you're standing and you got the curve, I guess like that, but if one is downward and one is upward. So 4 of these wounds were down, 2 were up. Trysten's not in it, huh? Oh, Forrest Nelson, how are you? I see you. Thank you for joining us, Forrest. We're trying to sort this out. How do you explain a curved pointed object, causing damage going down and then going up? So does she fall? So she falls and then maybe that would explain it going up. I could see that. That would make sense, right? So maybe the initial was coming down. She falls to the ground, goes for another strike, and then it's that. I guess that could be. I could see that. Maybe she was on the ground for the last 2. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. All right. Widespread panic, you need a Diet Coke. No, man, this is why we do this, right? All right, so Kelly Cruz, forensic pathologist, she believes Amy had to be impaled at least twice, possibly 3 times. And they showed images of Amy's clothing, and it was pretty bloody, as we would expect. Yet there were only 2 drops of blood on the in the shed. Her clothing was full of blood, but there were only 2 drops of blood. But she was in her clothes for probably at least a half an hour, if not longer. Manner of death is homicide. So I took a poll. Was Amy struck by a rake? 75% of you said yes, 16% said unsure, and 8% said no. Hold the rake upside down for the up wounds, Julie says. Or he came around and got her from the other side. That's a possibility, right? If she's laying on the ground, he could have walked around and got her that way. You know, she's standing up, get her that way, so that's down. She falls down, he comes around and does that. That would make, then that's another way. They could have, whoever did this could have walked around her and done it from the other side. So I wonder what the final blow was. I think maybe those first 2 tiny ones may have been the first, and then when she was on the ground, but then that doesn't make sense because the tines do not match up, or do they? That would be the ones going, wait a minute. We're back to front, downward. Yeah, man, this is I have questions. All right, so then Deborah Shearbring, she worked at the hospital, but she was not friends. She got a phone call in August from Amy, who was crying and screaming, and Amy was very upset and asked her if she heard rumors about her at the hospital. So Deborah worked at the hospital. Amy had left 5 years ago or so. If you hear about any rumors at the hospital, please stop them. Amy was upset and was worried if Todd found out, he would kill her. It's the second time we've heard that statement. Once was from Terry, now from Deborah. You don't know what it's like to have Trysten tell you if Dad finds out, he will kill you. That's pretty interesting. Hard to understand what Amy was saying during the conversation. And then Angie Burr, who became friends with Amy because the daughters were friends. They would go to movies, eat out, went to the pool, hung out. She had met Todd through Amy. Amy text messages Angie in the fall and says, call me. So Angie calls because Trysten was crying when he got on the bus that morning, and he wasn't sure if Amy would be there when he got home from school. Trysten knew about the affair, and Amy said the rumors needed to stop. Then they also talked at a bar the year before, and Amy said she could never leave Todd because she didn't want to leave the kids. She wasn't happy, but she didn't want to leave the kids. So. Oh, thank you, Jenny. Yes. Did she give a measure of blood in the cavity? She did not. She did not, Pammy. She did not. So let's see. Well, let's see, Amy too. So how would the blood in the manner it was found be on the rake if not used? Yeah. I'm assuming that red on the rake is blood, not rust. I'm guessing that's blood, I think. I would think that that's blood. And no, Pammy did not give a measure of blood in the cavity. Yeah, could have been pulled partway out and spun to make another hole. Probably not, but I'm thinking probably when she's on the ground is when the fatal, right? I would think that would have been, because if she's she gets hit, she's like, ugh, and she falls down, and then you're like, what you got? And then that's when I would think that's when the fatal blow happens. Because think about it, if you hit somebody and it sticks, they're going to be like, she's not going to just stand there. She's going to be like, what the hell? And then you have to rip it out and then do it again. So BAP says the officer said they took the middle picture to show the blood on the tines. Okay, so that's definitely the blood on the tines, yeah. So I'm thinking the fatal blow was when she was on her hands and knees. That's when the fatal blow happened. Curviel says, forensic pathologist, Ms. Cruz, determined the damage to Amy's left hand could be defensive wounds consistent with the struggle and that she had blunt force trauma to her chin, cheek, and ears. Yeah. So I think she fell, right? I think she gets hit. She falls down. Her knee was massively bruised. So that to me is she fell hard on her right knee, and then she may have like fallen on the ground, scraped her chin. And then when she's on the ground, I think that's when, that to me makes sense. That's when the fatal blow happened. Because I think the initial one probably just stunned her, and she was like, ugh, and she's probably, of course she's trying to get that thing out of her and run away. Right? That kind of makes sense to me. What do you guys think? Oh, thank you, Pammy, for concurring with me. Oh, Holly, are you agreeing with me too? Or are you agreeing with Valeria? I believe he used two different weapons. First, he hit her with a screwdriver, and then the rake. But that screwdriver, there's two. That's two jabs then. Jab, jab. Did two quick jabs. Or could have done Chucky. Yeah, Bap, I definitely think the knee bruises were from falling. I don't know about the rest. It would make sense, though, that she fell on the concrete. And, or maybe, but a punch wouldn't be a scrape, right? Punch wouldn't give you a scrape. Julie says, would he actually allow his son to brutally attack her and then make up a story? I don't know. I really don't know. Therapist said, if the son attacked her, the punctures would be lower and not coming from up above her. Right. But it is a rake. I mean, you could hold the rake and the rake could be up high. It's not like he's holding a knife. But if it was a screwdriver, yeah, that's... Because what were the wounds that were coming up above? It was... A, B, C, and D were downward, and E and F were were upward. So I'm thinking those two small ones were the upward ones. That's what I'm thinking. The two smaller ones were upward. All right. Well, miss, going from the top, hole A and B were spaced like the tines. So what are A and B? The one that's way, way up there? B's here also, so I'm wondering if the rake was in her. It was pulled out a little, spun, then pushed in. So B was used twice for 2. Could have been. Oh, you mean while it was there, he just could have stepped on it too. I mean, the rake is like this, it could be in her, spin her around. They could have stepped on it to push it in further. And Taylor, yeah, we don't know how big the son was. It could have been a big corn-fed farm boy. Yeah. I can't understand, therapist, I can't understand how 4 tines that are the same length don't all puncture at the same time. I agree. Even on a curved surface, curved surface, and your body is not a ball, right? I mean, your body is like that, and, I mean, you're gonna, unless it's coming at an angle, therapist, it could be, I don't know if you can see that. Could be coming at an angle, so you're only getting in 2, and these 2 don't. Maybe. If it's at an angle, possibly. Yeah, because the body is not flat. Yeah. Because she was moving. She could have been moving. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Therapist, there would still be marks on the other tines. This isn't a crazy slope or anywhere she was stabbed at, right? I mean, back is, it's not like her arm, right? Where you would expect it to be weird. I mean, it's her back and the side too. Oh, gotta let a kitty in. Hold on. Oh, hey.
Wow.
There you go. Kitty cuteness for the day.
Hi.
Kitty meow for the day. All right, let's get back to testimony. Don't step on the keyboard. All right. so this next segment is 21 minutes and then 34 minutes. So it's 4 o'clock. Going to get us to about 5 o'clock. Then I have a question that I have to ask Aaron and you guys, but we'll get to that. All right, let me get rid of these. Let's go back to that. I have to remove that. Pull up the next. All right, so the next, this one's 21 minutes coming up. Let's get you back to the courtroom.
Record, please.
Jerry Frazier, Jerry Frasher.
Go ahead, counsel.
Sir, can you tell us how old you are, please?
49.
And what area do you currently live in?
Around Anamosa.
And what area did you grow up in?
In that same area.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And what is it that you do?
I oversee hog confinement barns.
How long have you been doing that for?
About 8 years.
And can you just briefly describe what that means when you oversee hog confinement barns?
Basically just deal with the producer that owns the building as far as care and daily care and marketing, and do all the legwork behind it. They have to do the day-to-day stuff. I take care of everything else.
And did you have a set place you would work, or do you work in different places?
It's all over.
And would it be fair to say that you go to different farms around the area that you work in?
Yes.
And do you know how many farms you work at?
At one time, it was 42 or 3.
Did you do any work on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And specifically, back in 2018, did you work on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you do work at the Mullis farm?
Just overseeing their hog operation. I was there, depending on size and health, anywhere from bi-weekly to maybe once a month, just depending on, like I said, sizes and health.
And how long had you been doing business with the Mullis farm?
About 7 years, probably.
And who did you communicate with regarding the business side of the hog barns?
Usually Todd, sometimes Amy, but usually Todd.
And how would you communicate with Todd when you would communicate with him?
If I wasn't there, it was phone or text message.
And how would you communicate with Amy?
Text message or phone.
Now, at some point, did your relationship with Amy change from a business relationship to some other type of relationship?
Yes.
And when was that?
Roughly the first part of June, into May, 1st of June.
And would that be in the year 2018?
Yes.
And what kind of relationship did you and Amy start then?
Had a physical relationship.
And how would you and Amy communicate at that time?
Text message.
How often would you and Amy meet for this physical relationship?
It just depended. I mean, everything was very short. It was maybe once a week, maybe.
Have you speak into the microphone?
Maybe more, depending on just how it worked out.
And you indicated that you would communicate by way of text message?
Yes.
Primarily. And this was a sexual relationship, correct?
Yes.
And would you and Amy at times talk also about your relationship when you were together?
Now say that again.
Would you and Amy talk about your relationship?
If you mean by text message?
By text message or in person?
Not really.
Did you talk about your future with Amy?
A little bit, yes.
And initially, when you first started seeing Amy, what kind of things would you talk about in the future?
Talked about there was a chance we could end up together.
At the time that this was happening, that you had started this relationship with Amy, were you married?
Yes.
And Amy was married as well?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened in July 2018?
Todd confronted me about a bunch of text messages. And then I denied it and said it was over some other stuff, dealing with kids and sports and showing livestock. And a couple days later, he called my wife and talked to her about it. And then approximately 2 days later, he called both of us back and apologized to both of us and said he should have handled it different.
Now, let me just stop you. When you say that Todd confronted you, do you know the exact date that he did?
No, I don't.
Would it be fair to say that it was the end of July 2018?
It was sometime in July.
And how was it that Todd confronted you?
Called me.
And what do you remember him saying to you?
Just that she had texted me a lot of times in a day and wanted to know why or if it was possible.
And when you say she, do you mean Amy?
Amy, yes.
And what was your response to Todd?
I just said that she was texting me and it was over kids playing sports, showing livestock, things like that.
Now, you indicated that around that same time, Todd called your wife.
Yeah, a couple days later after he confronted or called me about it, he called my wife.
And he called her the first time?
Yes.
And do you know what that conversation consisted
Just
of?
basically told her that we were communicating by text message a lot.
And then you indicated that a few days later there was a second
Yes.
call to your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
He just called to apologize.
Did he also apologize to you?
Yes.
Now, did you and Amy ever have a conversation about the fact that Todd confronted you?
Yes, I told her he did.
And what, if anything, did Amy tell you?
She was upset that he did it.
Did she also tell you that he confronted her?
I don't remember.
Now, after you were confronted by Todd, did you and Amy decide that you were going to communicate a different type of way?
Yeah, I told her that we needed to slow down, and we couldn't text anymore, so she wanted to do an email.
Did you then set up a Gmail account?
Yes.
And after July 2018, would you use that Gmail account to communicate with Amy?
Yes.
And Amy also had a Gmail account?
Yes.
And then you would both use those accounts, to speak with each other?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you did tell Amy that you needed to slow things down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
But you did still continue to see Amy?
Yes.
And you still continued to communicate with Amy up until her death?
Yes.
And you still would communicate with Amy using those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Amy tell you about her relationship with Todd when you would be with her?
She really didn't say much. We didn't talk about relationships much, other than I know she wasn't happy.
Did she tell you how Todd treated her?
She made different notes, or not notes, but said she felt like a slave or a hostage around there.
Now, did Amy ever tell you whether or not she was planning on leaving Todd?
She said she was wanting to.
Did you and Amy ever have any conversations about what Todd would do if he found out she was having an affair?
One time she did say that if he ever found out, she would disappear.
Were you afraid about Todd finding out about your affair?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, why wouldn't you be? I mean, if you're having a relationship with somebody's wife, you would not want them to find out.
Generally, where would you and Amy meet?
Usually just on a gravel road somewhere.
And there were a couple times where you guys made plans to meet in different areas and in different locations.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Amy?
I don't know the exact date. It was sometime before she had her surgery.
And where did you meet that time?
I don't remember.
And that time that you met, do you believe it was days before her surgery?
Yeah, it'd have been a few days before.
And did you guys have sexual relations that day?
I don't honestly remember.
You previously talked to police about about all of these things, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you talked to the police shortly after Amy's death.
Yes.
And you indicated to them that you believe the last time you saw her that you did have some type of sexual relations.
It wasn't, it was not sex, it was oral.
So you do recall that there was some type of
There
oral
would have been
sex?
some of that, yes, not sex. I guess
And you and Amy would communicate by text messages approximately 15 to 40 messages a day, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that was up until November 10th.
Yeah, I guess, I assume.
Now, Jerry, where were you on November 10th, 2018?
I was at home.
And what area do you live in?
I live around Anamosa.
And how far is Anamosa from the Mullis farm?
Probably 45 miles, 45 minutes.
What did you do that morning?
My son was home from college. We show pigs. I'd actually bought a tanning bed to tan some pigs in the winter because their pigment doesn't get sun in the winter. So we hung a tanning bed in the barn, and then we cleaned the barn and walked our pigs that morning.
And were you with your son all morning?
Yes.
And was anybody else at your home when you were there?
No.
Now, on November 10th, 2018, did you see Amy Mullis?
No.
On the day of her death?
No.
Did you at any point go to the Mullis farm?
No.
Jerry, on the day of Amy's death, did you communicate with her that morning?
Yes.
And how was it that you communicated with her?
Email.
And did those emails start at approximately 7:40 in the morning?
I don't remember the time, but I'm sure they did.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Frazier, I'll ask that you look at those two pieces of paper that I just handed you. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And Judge, just for the record, I've marked those as State's Exhibit 110. They were not on the proposed list, Judge. We will upload this later. Jerry, do you know what that is that I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the emails from that morning.
And are those emails between your Gmail account and Amy's Gmail account?
Yes.
And do you recall that those are the messages that you sent Amy and Amy sent you that morning?
Yes.
And it appears to be a true and accurate copy of those exchanges?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that State's Exhibit 110 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 110 is admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
Yes.
Jerry, at the top it indicates the Gmail address jerryfrazier70@gmail.com. Is that the Gmail account you set up?
Yes.
And it also indicates the Gmail account of Amy Lynn 5810@gmail.com. Is that the Gmail account that you would email Amy to?
Yes.
Now I'm going to scroll down here on this exhibit till the end, which would be the end of yours. Do you see at the bottom there on November 10th, 2018 at 7:40 a.m. there was an email from Amy to you?
Yes.
And what does that email indicate or say?
It says, morning, I'm good all day, love you.
And at 7:50 a.m. on that same date, did you then respond from your Gmail account?
Yes.
And what did you respond?
It just says, morning, I slept horrible, must have slept too much in the late day yesterday.
And I'm going to go up to the same date at 8:04 a.m. Did Amy then respond to you from that same Gmail account?
Yeah, and on this one, I think I can't see it. It says sent from iPhone to November 10th down there, but there's nothing below it.
I think if you go to the next page.
So it says not really?
Do you see that other part? If you go to the next page, do you see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on the bottom of the next page. It says, bummer, well, take it easy today. Take some NyQuil or Benadryl tonight. It says, bummer, well, take it easy today. Take some NyQuil or Benadryl tonight. You'll sleep amazing. You probably don't feel any better since you didn't sleep good, I assume.
Now, if you go up from there at 8:06 a.m., you responded and wrote, not really?
Yes.
At 8:10 a.m., Amy from that same account then responded to you, and what did she write?
It says, well, that sucks. Wish I could be there to take care of you. I'm a pretty good nurse. I don't like to see you sick.
At 8:41 a.m., did you then respond?
I said, I'll get better.
And then at 8:49, what did Amy write?
It says, well, you better. I'm not ready to part ways yet, Frazier. Do you have anything to do today?
And what did you respond at 9:18 a.m.?
I said, just need to go.
And at 9:30 a.m., did Amy respond?
It says, "I see, we'll rest up today then."
And at 10:12 a.m., did Amy then write you another message?
It says, "You know what I'm doing today? Cleaning fucking like fixtures in the barn. WTF."
And did you respond at 10:14 a.m.?
I said, "Nice."
And was that the last time you communicated with Amy?
Yes.
Now, Jerry, you indicated that the day that this happened, you were in Anamosa.
Yes.
And you indicated that to the police, correct?
Yes.
Did you also give the police access to your Gmail account and your phone records?
Yes.
And you were in, as you indicated, you were in Anamosa all day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your history with the Mullis farm goes back about 7 years.
Yes.
And I believe you said the frequency ranged from a couple times a week, maybe once a month.
Yes.
Were there times of the year when there were no pigs at the Mullis place that didn't require you to be there?
Yes.
And what was there basically a repeating time of the year when that would happen?
Now, once they'd sold all their market hogs, there was a downtime to get the barn cleaned before new pigs come in.
Okay. The relationship you said began to be a personal, physical relationship end of May, 1st of June.
Yes.
And that at first, both of you felt that there could be a possible long-term relationship developing?
Yes.
Then you got the call from Todd about the significant number of text messages that he apparently had seen, assumably on Amy's phone. And your reaction was lots of contacts involve kids, sports, showing pigs,
yes,
all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did he seem satisfied with that?
He did.
Would you say that his, I realize this was over the phone, but was he angry at you or just, hey, what's going on?
He was just, what was going on.
And at the end of that conversation, or as in the time after it, you felt okay that you had satisfied his concerns and curiosity?
Yes, he asked us to quit texting, and we did.
Okay. Did he say anything about calling your wife?
I don't remember if he said anything about it, but of course she told me as soon as he did it.
Okay. Was your wife take on this that he was a little crazy?
Yeah.
But in any event, he called back within a few days and apologized to both of you.
Yes.
So you're placing this around sometime in July?
Yeah, mid-July, mid to the end of July.
You continued to provide professional services through your company to the Mullises up through the time of Amy's death?
Yes.
And that involved contacts with Todd?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
More so with Todd than Amy?
Yes.
Would this be times when you would come to the farm and meet with him personally?
Yes.
Did he ever show any animosity towards you or anger that he still suspected something of you?
Never.
Was there a time around when the state fair was running in Des Moines that at least it was discussed between you and Amy that you might get together there?
Yes.
Did that happen?
One time it did. One night it did, yes.
Okay. Did she continue to say anything about you mentioned that she said she felt like a slave or a hostage or something. Did it appear to you that she had significant independence and could do things on her own?
A little bit, but Todd even said that he had to know where she was at all times. He told me that.
Did she share with you that she was spending quite a bit of time away from the farm because of a death of a grandparent and a health issue with an uncle?
Yes, I knew she was doing some of that.
Okay. Would you have visited the farm in the months of September and October?
Yes.
It seems from the evidence that we've heard so far that it was during those months that both, well, I guess Grandma died in the summer, but then this uncle had this serious health issue in September, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know time frames.
Okay. But based on your personal relationship with Amy, you would know that if she had left the farm and gone to be with family?
She would tell me she was leaving.
Okay. Did Todd ever express any dissatisfaction with the fact that she was away a lot during those months? Is harvest time, bad weather apparently was happening?
Not to me, no.
Okay. Jerry, I think when we had a deposition earlier in the summer, I asked you if there was a time when, and I think you said today, you talked to Amy about maybe slowing things down. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you think you were more interested in doing that than she was?
Yes. Yes.
And also, not that, well, you had indicated that at some point, or there's some of the discovery materials that you felt that you had had sexual relations with her 100 times.
And that number's probably far-fetched, I'll be honest.
Okay. And this was whether it's gravel roads or cars or hog buildings, some motels?
No, there was maybe a couple, and they were an hour in the afternoon.
And into the fall months, would you say that you were taking more of an effort to try to cool this thing off?
I would still communicate with her. When she communicated, I would communicate back.
But you weren't trying to lead her on that this was going to be a long-term relationship?
I was upfront with her and told her that if she was going to leave, she had to do it on her own terms and for herself, not for me.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, so we just heard from Loverboy there, Jerry Frazier. An hour at a hotel, how cheap. Why go to a hotel when you got hog pens? All right, so we just heard from Jerry Frazier, who indicated what he did on the Mullis farm. He took care of 42 farms, and he oversaw farm operations. He said marketing and day-to-day stuff. May, June, they started their physical relationship. He said once a week. At one point, Todd called and confronted him because he wanted to know why Amy was texting you so often. And he confirmed that Amy and he texted, but he said it was just over kids playing sports and farm business. Because you know what farm business is. Oh, just noticed my wedding ring. Thanks. Appreciate it. Todd called Jerry's wife twice, and the second time he apologized for calling. Yeah, he doesn't seem like anyone special to leave Todd for. I agree. He told Amy we need to slow down, and they communicated then via email, and they both had a Gmail account, and they continue to see each other. Amy told Jerry that she felt like a slave or a hostage around there. So Amy was not, she wasn't happy in this relationship, but she didn't want to leave the kids. So she said, I'll leave once the kids grow up, we'll get a divorce. And the kids were like 5 and 7. She's going to be together for another 10, 15 years? Nope. Said if Todd ever found out, she would disappear. So that's 3 people now that have said something about Todd would cause bodily harm if he found out. But guess what? Todd did find out. Todd knew that there was an affair going on. And it lasted for quite a while. They would meet on a gravel road somewhere. Again, romantic. Now, the day of Amy's offing, he was hanging a tanning bed for his hogs with his son who was home from college. It was just him and his son. And then the day of the last text that Amy sent was, "You know what I'm doing today? Cleaning effing light fixtures in the barn." And then that's the last. Hey, Seagate, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Great coverage. Well, thank you. Appreciate you being here, Seagate. Ooh, Out and About with Diane is here too. There you are. Hello, Out and About with Diane. Glad you could join us. So Cross wasn't too spectacular. Todd never showed animosity towards Jerry. They seemed pretty cool with each other, and they would go to a few hotels, not just on the gravel roads. So, all right, let's get to the next coverage. Let's send you back to the courthouse, back into the courtroom.
Give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Patricia Christopherson, Patricia Christopherson.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. Patricia, how old are you?
30,
Where do you currently live?
Ankeny.
And where are you from?
I'm from Garner.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm an office manager at Memorial Services of Iowa.
And where's that located?
In Ankeny.
And who do you live with?
My husband and my daughter.
How old is your daughter?
3.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
My husband and my family, we live next to Amy's mom and stepdad.
And what are their names?
Randy and Peg.
And is their last name Munson?
Munson, yes.
If you recall, when did you first meet Amy?
I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was shortly after my daughter was born. My daughter took to Randy and Peg like Nana and Papa, so we would go over there a lot. And Taylor came down for tumbling, and so then they started coming down more frequently.
And when you refer to Taylor, is that Taylor Mullis?
Yes.
And is that Amy and Todd's daughter?
Correct.
And when you say she was tumbling, do you know what kind of tumbling she was involved in?
Gymnastics of some sort. I don't know what the term may be.
And would Amy often come with her when she had tumbling or gymnastics competitions?
Yes.
How often would you talk or communicate with Amy?
On a weekly to every other day basis.
And how is it that you would communicate?
Usually through text messages.
Is there times you would also see Amy?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
We would hang out next door at Randy and Peg's, play cards.
And would that be when Amy came into Ankeny and stayed with her mom and stepdad?
Yes.
Did Amy confide in you?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you and Amy talk about?
We would talk about their marriage, their kids, life in general between both of us.
And when you say their marriage, do you mean Amy and Todd's marriage?
Yes.
In June 2018, do you remember starting to talk to Amy a little bit more about her marriage and what was going on in her life?
I do, yes.
And do you remember the first time that you started talking about that?
It was on June 28th. She said she needed to unload, and I asked her about what. I said marriage or kids, and she said her marriage. She wasn't happy in her marriage, and she hadn't been happy for many years.
Patricia, where did this conversation take place?
Through text messages.
And did Amy tell you anything else at that time?
This is the first time she told me that she had an affair 4 years ago, and then she also told me that she was currently having an affair as well.
And did she tell you anything about the person that she was currently having the affair with?
She told me that he was their field manager.
And did Amy tell you whether or not she had any type of plan for her future?
He made her happy. She had talked about wanting to get married eventually with him.
And with him, do you mean the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
And did Amy ever talk to you about her children?
Yes.
And around that time in June 2018, do you remember having a conversation with Amy about the kids?
I believe so. I don't remember specifically.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy about Trysten?
She said Trysten was becoming a lot like Todd.
And did she say anything else about that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember in July having another conversation with Amy about her affair with Todd?
Yes.
I'm sorry, about her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And was that in person or text message?
Text message.
And what did Amy tell you at that time?
She said things weren't getting any better. I can't remember exactly what else was said. Can you refresh my memory?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Patricia, I just handed you State's Exhibit number 68, I believe. Is that right? Can you look through that? I think you are. Can you look through those briefly and then look up when you're done doing that? Patricia, were you able to look over what I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are text messages between me and Amy. Referring to July 5th, she said things weren't getting any easier, and I said to her, he must be blind or he doesn't care how you're feeling.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions. You had the chance to look at, I believe that's State's Group Exhibit number 68 is several pages, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you previously seen copies of the same things that I just handed you?
Yes.
And do they appear to be text messages between you and Amy Mullis?
Yes.
And were those, did you actually give these text messages to the police in this case?
I did.
And after you looked through them, are they a true and accurate copy of the messages between you and Amy Mullis?
They are.
And those start in June 28th, 2018?
Correct.
And they go until November 2018?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to admit into evidence State's Exhibit number 68.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
68 is admitted.
And Judge, I'm not going to display all of them because they're very large. I would just ask that the witness be allowed to refer to them if she need to.
That's fine.
Now, Patricia, in that July 5th, 2018 conversation, did Amy tell you anything else about her relationship with Todd?
She said he didn't trust her.
And did Amy say anything to you around that time about a divorce from Todd?
I mentioned if she wanted to get a divorce.
And did Amy respond to you?
I asked Amy if Todd wanted to get a divorce, and she said no, because only reason is he would lose half of everything, and it is socially unacceptable.
And did Amy indicate to you whether or not she was planning on working it out with Todd, or if she was done?
She said she was done.
Did you guys talk about anything else in that same conversation?
We talked about them making plans to get a divorce after Jerry's daughter graduated from high school.
Now, Patricia, do you remember another conversation that you had with Amy also referring, around the time that her grandmother was sick?
Yes.
And was that conversation in person or text message?
There was both that day.
And I don't know if you could find it in the text messages in front of you. I think it was near July 26, 2018.
Yes.
And were you aware that Amy's grandmother was sick?
Yes.
And that was at the end of July 2018?
Correct.
And what was your conversation with Amy at that time, or what was the context of it?
She said shit was going to hit the fan because Todd had called Jerry's wife.
Did she indicate to you anything additionally about her plan to leave Todd?
At that time, no.
Did she, when you say that she said shit was going to hit the fan, did she say anything else about Todd? In your text messages?
I don't see anything.
Around that same time, did you have an in-person conversation with Amy?
Yes, we did.
And where did that conversation take place?
It took place on Randy and Peg's deck.
And do you recall when that conversation was?
It was July 26th that evening.
Was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
And what did you and Amy start talking about on that day?
I asked her why Todd would want to call Jerry's wife, and she honestly had no idea. I told her that Jerry must have done a good job covering it up if his wife still didn't expect anything. We went on to have a conversation about that Todd gave her $1,500 to do whatever she wanted with it, and I suggested to her to save it for divorce fees. And she went on to tell me that Todd did not allow her to have a debit card, only checks and a credit card. She went on, I asked her why she stayed, and she said she was scared of Todd, and if he found out about wanting a divorce or an affair, that he would kill her.
Did she tell you anything else about if anything ever happened, or if she ever went missing, what to do?
She told me, don't be surprised if Todd did something.
Now, when Amy told you that she was scared of Todd, were you surprised to hear that?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know Todd. I only met Todd twice. And at that point, I had no idea who Todd was. I didn't know his personality. I just knew that Amy was scared of him. He had a bad temper, and that's all I knew.
And you didn't learn that information until July 26, 2018?
That she was scared of him?
Yes.
Correct.
And when you say you've met Todd twice, what are the 2 times you've met Todd?
I met Todd for the first time at Amy's grandmother's visitation, and then I met him again at Amy's visitation.
Now, did you also have some text conversations with Amy on August 1st, 2018?
Yes.
And what were the nature of those text messages?
She was telling me that she was going to meet Jerry and Albert Lee because he was judging pigs up there. She just wanted to let me know where she was, so somebody knew.
Now, in the months of August and September, did you still communicate with Amy?
Yes,
And was that by way of text message?
usually.
And sometimes in person when she would come to Ankeny?
Correct.
And during those months in August and September, would she still talk to you about her relationship with Todd and with Jerry?
Yes.
Around October 15th, 2018, did you receive some messages from Amy?
Yes.
And what were the nature of those text messages?
She had just left Ankeny after being with her uncle. She texted me and told me that she went to Todd's mom's house to pick up one of the kids, and Todd's mom got upset with her because she felt like Amy was enabling her mom to be the way that she was enabling her, and that her mom should be over her mother's death by now. And she tried to grab Amy's arm and told her to get the hell out of her house. And then she tried to tell her that she could not take Wyatt with her.
And is Wyatt one of their children as well?
Yes.
And did Amy tell you anything that she said to Todd after that happened?
I asked her what Todd said, and he did call her and stick up for her.
And that's what Amy told you, correct?
Correct.
And did Amy also tell you that she told Todd that if he ever does anything like this again, she'll take the kids and be gone?
Yes.
Now, in October 2018, did you continue to have conversations with Amy in text and in person?
Yeah, things started to slow down after that.
And when you say slow down, what do you mean by that?
We just didn't talk about Jerry or Todd anymore. I tried to refocus her to, we tried to be active together, tried to be an accountability partner to work out. So I tried to focus more towards that rather than the negative that was going on.
And on November 6, 2018, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
That was the day she had surgery. I texted her and told her good luck.
Did you have any contact with her after that?
Very little.
Did she send you on November, when was the last time that you guys exchanged text messages?
She sent me a picture of the bruise on her arm from the IV, and that was the last text message that I got from Amy.
And that was on November 9th, 2018?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, I believe you said that you've only met in person Todd Mullis twice.
Correct.
And what were those occasions?
Amy's grandmother's visitation and Amy's visitation.
Time-wise, minutes, hours, how much time did you spend with him?
Minutes.
So your assessment of Todd as a person is based on those two observations and what Amy told you about him?
That'd be correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the very first text on June 28th on Exhibit 68. It says, it's from her, from Amy. Next time I come, we are getting our tats. Ohana.
Yes.
What's Ohana?
It means family in Hawaiian.
So that was a tattoo design thing?
We went to Florida early in June, and we just talked about wanting to get tattoos, and we wanted to get Ohana.
Who went to Florida in June?
Myself, my husband, Randy, Peg, Amy, Taylor, and Wyatt.
Do you know how Amy had researched or looked for this Ohana tattoo thing?
It was something we discussed in Florida.
Okay. I'm looking through a number of texts where you talk about just girlfriend type things, some about her marriage, her relationship with Jerry. I'm looking down to August 30th. Can you go there? Up at the top of the page, there's like a page number 35 in big black numbers.
Okay.
Looks like the message from her to you, and this is the first one since, according to this printout, since August 17th. This is August 30th at 4:22 p.m., right?
Yep.
Thinking of you, GF, hope it's going well. You responded. She says, fun, as good as I can, had some ups and downs, but Jerry and I are good. Got to find a weekend to get our tats done. Still can't decide on wrist or neck. That's this Ohana thing, right?
Correct.
How are the kids doing? She says, pretty good. Boys hate school, of course. That's not new. You laugh. And that's the end of that conversation. Did she tell you that on or about this same day or the day before that she was calling people at the hospital back in Manchester and calling other people just frantic, crying, upset that there were some maybe rumors about her affair with Jerry?
I was not aware of that, no.
So on the 30th, everything seems hunky-dory.
To the text messages, yes.
Okay. And then it looks like a lot that what follows starts to deal with this uncle's health problem, right?
Correct.
And you were a supporting person for her during that period?
Yes.
Right. She got upset because Todd's mother chastised her for not being around.
Yes.
Did she tell you that Todd stood up to his mother and defended her about that?
I asked her what Todd said, and she did say that Todd called her and said that wasn't appropriate.
Okay. And this would have been somewhere around the middle of October.
October 15th.
Okay. Then it looks like on November 1st, now it's on page 60, that big black number up in the corner.
Yes.
Basically, she's really sharing with you that she's having some medical issues.
Yes.
And then that carries over to November 6th when she had that procedure, and you checked in on her.
Correct.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be in those last September, October periods a lot of talk about her having any problems with Todd around as far as their marriage relationship. And I understand she's talked some about Jerry, but as far as her and Todd?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, you mentioned in your testimony that I believe I'll flip back to July 26th. Yeah, July 26th really starts out on that big bold number at the top, 17.
Yes.
Amy's text to you should be home by then. Shit is going to hit the fan very soon at my house. Headed to see Jima and eat. I'm sure you'll see us come home. Brought some food. You say thank you. Then she tells you that Todd had called Jerry's wife. I'm thinking of it, within a month I'll be gone. Then on a positive note, check out my new Jeep. Where did this Jeep come from?
Oh, she got a new Jeep.
Okay. Todd bought it for her?
I don't know. Usually couples buy vehicles together.
Okay. Did she also tell you that he'd given her $1,500? About the same.
Amy told me that, yeah. We had a conversation about that night.
Did she say what that $1,500 was for?
She told me Todd told her to do whatever she wanted with it. And I told her to save it for divorce fees.
Okay. And I believe we asked you back a few weeks ago in depositions if Amy ever seemed to restrict herself and the kids from purchasing anything because she didn't have any money, and you said no.
When they were down to see us, usually we spent a lot of time over at Randy and Peg, so we didn't go out to eat a lot with them. If they did, I don't know what they did when we weren't around.
When she went on this trip to Florida with kids.
Yeah, that was for Taylor.
Okay. Did she also tell you that she had gone to Alaska with Trysten one time?
I knew she did, yes.
Do you know when that was?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State your name and spell it, please.
Carrie Callan, Carrie Callan.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Carrie, how old are you?
43.
And what area do you currently live in?
Central City, Iowa.
And where did you grow up?
Manchester, Iowa.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What is your occupation?
Tax and regulatory analyst.
Do you do any other type of work as well?
Yes. I am a graphic designer in a t-shirt shop.
And where is that t-shirt shop located?
Earlville, Iowa.
And who owns that t-shirt shop?
Sarah Richter.
What kind of things do you do there?
I do designing of the shirts. I print shirts. That's mostly it.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
Through working there.
And when you say working there?
At the t-shirt shop.
Did it have a name?
Creative Memories Embroidery.
And when did Amy start working there?
2014.
And when did you start working there?
2014.
What kind of things would Amy do at the t-shirt shop?
She would run embroidery machines and she would weed designs.
Now, just kind of explain briefly what the setup was at the t-shirt shop. Would you go in Monday through Friday, or how did it work?
No. It was just something that I did on the weekends. And I'm not sure how often she was there, but I went just Saturdays and once in a while on a Sunday.
And you don't know exactly every time Amy was there?
No.
Would she also be there on the weekends?
Yes.
And how did it work? Did you get called in, or how was it that you and Amy would know that there was work that needed to be done?
Generally, I would check in with the employer on Friday nights, Thursday nights, just depends, and try to schedule when I was going to be there and how long I would need to be there.
Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How do you know Todd?
I went to school with him.
And when you say school,
high school and middle school in Maquoketa Valley.
And throughout the time that you worked with Amy at the t-shirt shop, at times would people from her family be there as well?
Yes.
And who would come there?
The kids. Trysten, Taylor, and Wyatt.
How would you and Amy communicate?
While there, or?
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. When you and Amy were together at the shop, would you talk?
Yes.
And then, other than that, would you communicate in any other ways?
Through text message, generally.
And what kind of things would you text about?
Usually it was just if we, checking in to see when each other were going to be there, so we could coordinate our times.
And in October 2018, did you have a text conversation with Amy?
October when?
I'm sorry, October 2018.
Yes.
And do you remember having a conversation with her around that time?
Yes.
And do you remember what the conversation was about? She doesn't remember. Carrie, did you give copies of text messages between you and Amy from October 2018 and November 2018 to the police?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you look through them?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit number 69, are those text messages between you and Amy Mullis in October 2018 and November 2018?
Yes.
And is that 3 pages of them? And I believe the second and third page are actually the same, just different angles.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I'm sorry, are these, Carrie, are these true and accurate copies, or a true and accurate depiction of the text messages between you and Amy Mullis on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit 69 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
I just want to check, make sure I have the same one.
It's just...
Exhibit 69 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Granted.
Let's see. Carrie, I'm showing you the first page that I just handed you of State's Exhibit number 69. Do you see there in the middle of the page, lower middle, it says Saturday, October 27th, 2018?
Yes.
And you write, I believe yours have a C next to them, is that correct?
Yes.
And you write, where the heck are you? And then you write after that, Todd and Trysten are leaving. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where were you at on Saturday, October 27th that caused you to write that?
We were at a friend's anniversary party.
And who were you with?
Who was I with? My husband.
And why did you ask Amy where she was?
Because I thought she would have been there. Because it was for Sarah, the employer.
And would it be fair to say that based on your message, Todd and Trysten were at the party?
Yes.
But Amy never came?
Amy was not there.
Did Amy respond to you when you sent her those 2 text messages?
Yes.
And what did she respond to you?
She said, long story short, Todd's mom told me I abandoned my kids. She called me a hothead and crazy. I don't want to be anywhere near her. It's been a long 2 weeks.
And I'll show you the next page. And at the top of this, does that carry on the same message from the page we just went over?
Yes.
And did you respond to Amy after she wrote that to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said, oh wow, I'm sorry, hugs to you.
And then your conversation with Amy goes on. What does she respond to that?
She gives a thumbs up.
And what did you say then?
And I said, hopefully things will settle down soon.
And what is Amy's response at 8:03 p.m.?
I don't know. It's pretty tense here. Not sure what's going to happen.
Now, as we talked about, that was the end of October. From October 27th, 2018 until November 10th, 2018, did you have any contact with Amy?
No.
Did you see her at the shop or in person?
No.
And did you talk to her by way of text message or phone?
No.
Now, it says here on your text message that on Saturday, November 10th, 2018, you sent Amy a message.
Yes.
And what time was that at?
8:10.
And what did your message say?
I said, how's it been going? I've been thinking of you guys.
And did Amy respond at 8:11 a.m.?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Thanks. Okay, things still very tense around here. Just not sure of anything anymore.
And that was at, I think you indicated 8:11 on November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Did you then, a few hours later, respond?
Yes.
And what did you say?
And I asked her if she was going to Sarah's today.
And did you ever get a response from Amy?
No.
Anything else? I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Callan?
Carrie.
Carrie Callan?
Yes.
The messages that you were just referring to, the one of Saturday, October 27th, did you have any other information that Amy shared with you other than that text message that she had some difficulty with Todd's mother?
No.
So your understanding of what that issue was is totally arising from these text messages?
Yes.
And right at the end of that, when she said that his mom had told her that she had abandoned the kids, she says, I don't know, it's pretty tense here, not sure what's going to happen. Fair to say that the tenseness is a result of the interaction between Amy and her mother-in-law?
I don't know.
Well, it comes at the end of the discussion about that, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And then on Saturday, November 10th, once again, she says it's tense around here. Do you know if she's talking about with her mother-in-law, Todd, kids, whatever?
I don't know.
Okay. Did Amy ever share with you, not in a text message, but in person or by a phone call, that Todd, in fact, stood up for her or challenged his mother about what she had said to her?
No.
Okay. Let me go back to the business of being a graphic designer for a moment. You characterize this as a T-shirt shop?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only product that was in the store?
No.
Okay. Tell me what else.
They do different gifts for people. Pretty much any kind of apparel you'd look for, hats. We do signs. Pretty much anything kind of printing related that's not on paper. Pretty much any kind of apparel.
And if I wanted to have a shirt designed and have some emblem or saying on it for my law firm or whatever, I could contact and that could be developed.
Yes.
Okay. And whether it was a photograph or a saying or anything, that could be designed and produced for the customer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall ever doing that for anyone in the Mullis family?
Yes. Yes.
Like, do you remember what it was?
A logo.
Pardon me?
Logo and signs.
For the farm?
Family? Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
All right. So we just heard from Carrie Callan, but before that we heard from Patricia Christofferson. So Patricia lived next to Amy's mom and stepdad. And on June 28th, Amy said, I needed to unload about the marriage. She said she wasn't happy, and she wasn't for many years. And that's the first time that she had told Patricia about the affairs. She confirmed that Jerry was a field manager. And Jerry made Amy happy and wanted to eventually get married. Trysten was, so Amy told Patricia that Trysten was becoming a lot like Todd, and we had heard that before, that Trysten stopped wearing underwear, just like Todd. Let's see, after Jerry's daughter graduated from high school, that's when they would get a divorce. Okay, so that was something new because Amy was saying they were going to wait for the kids to get grown before she was going to get a divorce. But she's talking about Jerry's daughter, not her kids, even though she didn't want to leave the kids. But now she's saying, I'm going to wait until Jerry's daughter has graduated, then we'll get a divorce. To me, that's like, who cares about my kids? And yet I thought Amy really cared about these kids, and she wouldn't. So that testimony is a little weird. She says that shite is going to hit the fan. And they would have in-person conversations. Why would Todd want to call Jerry's wife? Why not? So she says, Patricia thinks that Jerry must have done a good job because the wife did not know. This is the first time we hear about Jerry first time we hear Todd giving her $1,500 to do whatever she wanted to do. So Todd's not the tightwad that we thought, at least initially. But she had no debit card. She could only use checks and a credit card. I guess that's a little odd that they didn't have a joint checking account where she could have a debit card. Or she should have had her own account. I wonder why she didn't have her own account. I mean, Trysten was 13. She could have easily had her own account. I wonder why that didn't happen. Did Todd not let her have her own account? I mean, if she's so scared of Todd and he found out about the divorce he would off her, I wonder why she didn't get her own account. She could have asked her parents, hey, can you give me $1,000 and go set up her own account? But maybe she didn't. But she ran the books, so that's what's really weird. She ran the books. Todd ran the farm labor-wise, but she ran the books and the business side of things. So I would think she would have access to the money, right? This is very confusing. Patricia only knew that Amy was scared of him and he had a bad temper. How did she know that? How did she know that he had a bad temper? That's where I'm like, objection. How did you know that Todd had a bad temper? Did you see it? Did you ever see Todd get upset? Throw things? Tell Amy, I'm going to do something bad to you? I mean, that's like so speculative. Ugh. She was told that when Amy went to the mother-in-law, I think her name was Elaine, to pick up Wyatt, mother-in-law got upset with Amy. We heard several people tell that testimony. She said Amy could not take Wyatt with her. On November 6th, that was surgery day, she texted Amy, good luck. We all deserve cheat days. I saw that as well. We all deserve cheat days. And they showed this bruise from the IV. Why is that bruise from the IV so important? I don't know. That's like at least the third time that has come in. Diane Dolder says maybe money was tight for them. Maybe. He probably checked those books, Julie says. Perhaps. Yeah, Taylor, maybe we'll hear about the finances from the defense. Could be. And then Cross came in with they went to go get tattoos in Florida. So Amy went down to Florida with the kids. So clearly she had money, or Todd gave her money. They bought a new Jeep together. That's not cheap. That's at least $20,000, $30,000. So they had money. She also went to Alaska with Trysten. So again, it's not like Todd has her completely under his thumb. Maybe he did on some level, but she did travel twice, at least twice that we know of. So I don't know. They're painting him to be an ogre, which I'm not 100% sure I'm seeing him as an ogre. I'm seeing him caring about his marriage and about her. This Patricia gave a deposition that there was no restrictions on purchasing, but now she was saying something different. I don't know. I wish the defense would be a little bit stronger. Then Carrie Callan got up. She's a graphic designer. Woohoo, graphic designers. At a t-shirt shop. Amy worked there. That's how she knew Amy. She ran the embroidering machines. And they talked about text between the two. So apparently there was a birthday party, and Todd and Trysten were there, but Amy was not. So Carrie's asking Amy, where is she? And then she was told, Amy told Carrie about the mother-in-law incident, so we heard a couple times about that. And then Amy says things are getting tense around here. So, all right, chat, it's 5 o'clock here, local time. I am going to end this stream for today. Carrie did not want to answer that. Oh, that was me. That was me. All right, widespread panic. Let's get to some questions. Oh, can I pull that up? No, I can't pull that up. Okay, I have to go to this one. Hold on, guys. I got to go back to this one. All right. All right. So widespread panic says, I'm seeing him as controlling. Some abusers are good at making it look like the abusee is free to do what she wants. Fair enough. BAP says, defense probably being cautious after they asked that question about violence and got the answer they got. Kerviel says, traveling with the kid wouldn't be the same as he would have a little spy with her. He was just controlling if she were left alone. If she Weaver left alone. If she was left alone, maybe. Seagate 1, I think greed and jealousy are common in these murders. Yeah. Julie says, the bruise from the IV looked weird. Yeah. Seagate says, asking your wife to give up her job and help on a pig farm, horrible. Yeah, being a nurse. I wonder, I mean, it seems like they had enough money. Why didn't they just Why didn't they just hire a farmhand? But I think it seems like Todd wanted to keep tabs on her. He didn't want her. Remember, one testimony was that he would keep tabs on her coming and going to her hospital. Like, it only takes you half an hour to get there, and you should check in. If you don't check in at 35 minutes, there's going to be problems. So he did seem controlling on that aspect, I suppose. Yeah, I would have said, keep your job. I'll just hire somebody to come help us. I mean, she's probably making decent money. How much do RNs make? Do you guys know? Yep, Jenny says he wanted her under his nose for sure. Oh, Jenny, email us because if you guys were present and with us on New Year's Eve, we had a little trivia game that Therapist was running. And Jenny, you won. You got 6 answers correct. So Jenny, you won. So please email us. Sneaky came in second, and Krista Limited and Florida Sam were tied with 3 answers. So Jenny, please email us. Therapist says insecure piece of garbage. So you think Todd is an insecure piece of garbage? Oh, Capri Law, how you doing? You've been here all day listening. I've been working, but had to check in to say hello before you go. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, we are at 51 views right now and 65 likes. And we're at 5490 subs. So we're 10 away from 5,500. Yes, Jenny. Whoop, whoop. Jenny wins. What does Jenny win? Jenny wins a month of cable. 1 month of cable for Patreon. That's what you win, Jenny. All right, Taylor says, I don't think it looked that weird. It can happen if the IV gets blown. Blood can leak into the tissue. Okay, fair enough. I don't know that much about. I've never been a phlebotomist. I like saying that word though, phlebotomist. Seagate didn't want divorce. She'd be eligible for half. Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. See, that's where a prenup comes in. Yes, Jenny. Jenny, whoop, whoop. Pammy, you were a part of it. I thought you got an answer right. I guess. No, Pammy, you did not. You did not get any. Sorry. I thought that you were there and you were playing. I thought that you had gotten an answer or two, but you did not. Sorry. So RNs make good money, decent, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. I would say just keep working, and then I'll just hire somebody to come help. That's what I would say. All right. Oh, you never win anything? Well, you won. You won today. Good job, Jenny. You got 6 answers correct out of 35 we asked. So, good on you. So please email us. Oh, Pammy says you got one right, but my iPad was slow. Oh, blaming it on your iPad. All right, Pammy, we'll give you a consolation prize. I'll think what the consolation prize is. Seagate, greed and jealousy, root of all evil. Yes. Yes, it is. Greed, jealousy, 100%. Yeah, that was fun. And Therapist, you had some great questions there. It was a lot of fun. Oh, okay, you emailed us. Fantastic. Cool. All right. So in order to give you the free membership, we needed your email address. I was going to talk to you tonight on Florida PL-SAM, but I think that has been removed to another day. All right, so right now, nothing. We thought we were going to pick up on Billy Wagner for Monday, but that has gotten kicked to who knows when, so that's not going to happen. Well, will happen, but we just don't know when it's going to happen. How many more days left of this trial? Okay, perfect question. We'll segue into that. So we're going to pick back up on this on Monday. There's as far as live is concerned, there's a Karen Reed pretrial hearing. If we cover that, we'll probably do that maybe Tuesday because I want to get through this one. So there's I'm going to finish this trial on Monday. And there's another day, at least another day of testimony, and then we'll get into closing arguments and the verdict. So that's going to take maybe 5 hours or so. So we're going to finish this trial on Monday. We'll probably start around 9 Eastern. So one more day of this trial. And then we're hoping for live trials. And if there are no live trials, I've got another rewatch we can pick up on. Capri Law says he has red flags written all over him, and his controlling mother, she'd never be good enough for him. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny, I know. She texted us. We're going to text her afterwards. So trivia, yes. Trivia is fun. Trivia is fun. Yeah, I kind of liked what we did Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. That was a lot of fun. And those that hung out with us, we had a blast with you guys. I hope you had fun with us. And we'll do it. I think we started a new tradition. I think we'll do that every year now. That was fun. You sent another email with the correct YouTube email address, Jenny. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just so that we can add you to the Patreon. Right? Well, yeah, we'll deal with that afterwards. All right, guys, that is it for now. Thank you so much for joining us. It's 5 o'clock here. I think we're going to call it a day. We're going to save testimony, and I'll give you a sneak peek. Well, do you want any? I'm not going to give any spoilers. No spoilers. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Aaron, for finding the Rottweiler investigates streams. So fantastic. Good for you. Thank you to our mods. Good on you, I meant to say.
Yeah.
Good on you. Fantastic for me. Thank you, Julie, one of our fantastic mods. Therapist, I don't think OnlyFan was with us. But Brat,
sleeping.
Oh, he's sleeping. Yeah, the vampire is sleeping.
Yeah.
Brat, thank you for joining us. We have a new mod coming on soon. I'm not going to say who it is, but they're in the chat right now. But we'll unveil that next. Thank you, Pipsqueege. Thank you, Capri Law. Thank you to all our mods. Thank you guys for being with us. Join us on Monday at 9 o'clock. We're going to finish up Todd Mullins, Iowa versus Todd Mullins, and have a wonderful Sunday. Aaron and I are going to relax and maybe do some food prep, do some cooking. And thank you guys for making us 5490. We are at 5490 subscribers. We're almost at 5,500. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the watches. We have 50 people watching. We had a solid 40 to 50 people watching all day, so appreciate that. Stay safe, everybody. Enjoy your Sunday. And we will see you Monday at 9 o'clock. We're going to finish up Todd Mullis. And then if there's a live trial, we'll pick up on it. If not, I've got another rewatch. I've got 2 rewatches. I got to determine which one we're going to do. But we got some good rewatches. So love you guys. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. Bye.
Mm-hmm.